Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at with a new video. Today is Wednesday, July 27th, 2022, which your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, Cash App, $ORION, NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. Well, we obviously got off to a fast start yesterday, with Mr. Williams dropping down a nice $100 donation. And anytime you end up starting off a stream within the first 30 seconds with a $100 donation, you're going to end up having a great stream. We ended up last night hitting 400, 4 bills. Definitely had a lot of back and forth with a few people on the channel. And look at this. Right when we, before the stream even starts, we got Megan all the way from Australia dropping the hammer, $100. Appreciate you. She says, just because I can, and I have some spare cash to do it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. She said, greetings, fam. I'm currently on the Hawks Nest stream. I'm being kept busy modding, but I'll be here as soon as I can. And she also mentioned, Noah was continuing the birthday party by being not only at the Mariner game yesterday, which was fucking fantastic, let alone today's game was awesome. Julio. I mean, it's one thing when you miss, 3 games or so, right? When you miss a certain amount of time with wrist injuries, right? And then you're like, okay, what's Julio going to do? So he ends up hitting a homer, obviously, yesterday. And then we end up being down a couple runs in the 8th inning. And lo and behold, Julio comes through again and ends up winning the game for us. So this is pretty sweet. So not only did Noah get to go to the Mariners game yesterday, he's at Hawks training camp at Renton, Washington today. How cool is that? So very, very exciting. I messaged you already. Obviously on Instagram, anyone that takes care of me that's willing to donate heavy, $20, $50, 100, 200, 300, 400. It means a lot, and I appreciate you very, very much. Obviously, anything that can help continue the dream, so that way I can focus on the fans, I can focus on the dream, and then also we can help people with mental health. It's very, very important. And like I mentioned it pretty much on every single stream that we do. Okay, mental health is so important right now on planet Earth, okay? And we want to make sure that you understand that it's okay not to be okay. And I've, really evolved this channel to something more, right, than just NFL and wrestling. We really discuss any topic is really not off the board, and we can really do a lot of good here, and we have. My voice is a little raspy. Obviously, be doing these 5, 6, 7 hour streams, but a little bit of beer can make it less raspy. But remember, Jim Carrey said it best. He said, I believe depression is legitimate, but I also believe if you don't exercise, eat nutritious food, get sunlight, get enough sleep, consume positive material, listen to music, surround yourself with support, then you aren't giving yourself a fighting chance. I saw a really funny video of Jim Carrey today with the rapper 50 Cent, and they were doing In the Club, and it was at some kind of club, and I don't know why Jim Carrey was there, but he was on stage with 50 Cent, and then, he started doing his dancing next to 50, and you could tell 50 almost lost it, because Jim always can make you laugh no matter what, and that's a good thing, to be able to make other people laugh and actually care about other people. That is big facts. Shout out to all you guys. I appreciate you. And just like Mr. Williams yesterday, we get off to a very fast start. And this means a lot because, there's been streams where me and Sarah, she's the number 1 mod here. And we've been in here for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. We've even gone 4 hours with not even a dono at all. It happens. Sometimes some of the goats are busy. Sometimes they're working. Sometimes they have other obligations, but you just got to keep positive, knowing that, you're going to get to a good number. Some streams are going to be higher than others, but I remember on those streams, I was like, okay, I'm going to keep going and we'll see if we can end off at maybe like 50, 100, see what we can get to. And a lot of times I'll go for an hour or 2 longer, and then we hit like $200, $300, $400. So it shows you just have to have that perseverance, stay positive, and just have a fun show. And it's going to happen eventually. But Mr. Williams, $100 yesterday within the first 30 seconds. And look at Megan from Australia. Even before the stream even started. And I don't even, like I said, anything that anybody can do to support the dream and to support the room, this is really what it's about, because I'm the DJ. Okay. And I'm obviously putting up the pictures and the topics for us to be able to go over. But I think that people really cherish the other people in the room. Sometimes we'll get people that want to argue. Sometimes people that want to be negative. Sometimes people that want to go one-on-one with me. Sometimes people that want to, say rude things to the mods or myself. But I really want to protect what we have here in the room. We have a really special group. Sometimes things get heated. Sometimes things get really passionate in here. But like I said, for the most part, it makes me have great mental health. And I know it really helps a lot of you guys, because I think most of the people that are in this room on a regular basis, have gone through depression, have anxiety, including myself. So if we can support each other the best way that we know how, by just being positive, sharing pictures, sharing stories, and being able to be there for each other, that's really what it's about. So I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I have some special photos for her as well. And Megan messaged me back, because anytime that someone does something like that, a lot of other YouTubers, they might call your name out and don't know I'm out, read your message, but then it usually ends there. But I usually like to be able to send a personal message to everyone that donates heavy to me, 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, don't know. I just said, I appreciate the support. I got some photos for you. I appreciate you. And I do that for everyone that takes care of me. And then she writes back, no problem. Wish I could do more off. No worries. I mean, this is more than some people do that have been watching my channel for years. There's people that have never donated to me. There's people that will never, ever donate to me. There are people that will. And then there's people like you and Mr. Williams and a lot of the GOATs, Shepard Williams, Mr. Williams, Holly Hundo, Cyberpunk 53, and many, many others that do things like this. And it means a lot. So thank you very, very much. And I know you were on the Hawks nest there. Okay. And we have some news, which obviously you already knew yesterday or earlier after I went off stream. And a lot of us got the news here because you're in a different time zone. But one of the Seahawk legends ended up retiring. And I'm not sure if it was really surprising, but KJ Wright retires a Seahawk after 11 seasons. It was rumored at the end of last season that might be something that happens. And, I got some special photos for you. So we got KJ Wright right here with an amazing tackle on Colin Kaepernick. Love this photo. Then I got another one here during the Super Bowl run where he's obviously being asked some questions. He doesn't look too amused, but it's a nice HD photo. So I said, you know what? Handsome guy right there. Let me get this one with a nice Hawks hat, and he's got the jersey on. And obviously, if you look in the background, it is for the Super Bowl. And then obviously I'll spread a little Steve Largent love because she loves Steve Largent. We know this, okay? And we know that she loves Steve Largent and Jim Zorn, okay? And then I even got an extra special one for you. All right, it's Pete and KJ Wright. So I'm always looking. He's like, hey, who is that? Oh, it's Pete. So I got you. I appreciate you. And we'll go through them again here real quick so that way you can soak them in. We got KJ Wright on Kaepernick. We got a nice close-up photo. We got a little bit of Steve, a little bit more of Steve. Hey, we got Steve and Jim. And then, hey, what else could be better than Pete and KJ? There you go. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you so much. Let's get it. We're going to have a fun time. So as we're going through the donos, we already have a big one there. Thank you so much. And then Sarah says, hey, let me get in on the action. You know what I mean? And obviously Sarah's been going through the ups and the downs, but I figure that, since, being my mod and being really full-time on this since January, I think your life has really changed for the better. And mine has too. I know that you appreciate me. I appreciate you. And I can't do this channel, the same way without you. It's definitely, I can have other people, step in like Jameson, Elliot, and I need those people as well. You know what I mean? But you're very important to me. I appreciate you. And like I said, I can't wait to see where the channel goes. And like I said, sometimes, for me, I can just kind of tell when someone needs something. It's like when Shepard came in late when I was going to end the stream, when I already streamed for 5 hours. And then he told me that, his cousin got killed in a drive-by and another friend died. That's really tough. So, I'm a kind-hearted person, and I can't give him a hug, from Atlanta. I'm here in Oregon. So at least the thing I could do is at least stream for a couple more hours to show support so he could talk to me and talk to some of the other people in the room. And I know that meant a lot to him, and it actually meant a lot to me. And sometimes all you can do is listen, chat it up, be there, talk about some things. And we, went from football to Discovery Channel, History Channel, National Geographic, some of the things that we like, Ancient Aliens, a lot of the shows that we admire. And then I talked about, sea life and astronomy, stuff like that. So there's a lot more to us on the channel than just sports and wrestling. And it's nice to be able to bond with someone when they're hurting. Shout out to my boy Shep. I love you. I appreciate you. And like I said, if you're close to me, you're going to be probably close to me for life. That's really how it goes. So I appreciate you guys very much. I ended up watching a lot of the NFL training camp and something really cool that I have going here while I find a picture or two for Sarah. I am on Fox Sports right now. I already watched the Dodgers win. I watched the Mariners win. There's a replay that's on right now. On Fox Sports, the Brickyard 400, the very, very first in 1994 for NASCAR, is on right now. Jeff Gordon, I believe this is in his rookie year. He's in the lead. There's 12 laps to go. I talked to Riggs. It's been going very back and forth. But to watch footage from the Brickyard 400 or any race that's in the 90s where you have Jeff Gordon being Jeff Gordon, it's really, really exciting to see the paint jobs, the sponsors. And I didn't even know that this was going to be on, but I was flipping through the channels. I was like, okay, I'm going to watch AEW Dynamite in 18 minutes. But in the meantime, I've already watched the Mariner game. The replay was on, and I'm like, oh my God, they're showing the Brickyard 400, which is this weekend in Indianapolis, I believe. And this is the very first one in 1994. And then I was like, oh, well, I'm going to see Jeff Gordon. And Jeff Gordon wins this race. There's 12 laps to go. Riggs spoiled it for me. It's all good. I already figured he won because he was driving very, very strong. But you got guys, I think Dale Earnhardt is in this race. Bo Dines. You got all kinds of old school legends that are in this race. And even the car shape compared to what it is now, pretty fucking cool. I like speed. I love NASCAR. I loved it a lot in the 90s and the early 2000s. I had a boss that kind of mentored me and it showed so much love for it that it got me loving it. And I stopped watching it for about 15 years. And now I'm back and I'm not going anywhere. 11 laps to go. Jeff Gordon was in the lead. He just got passed. He's going back and forth. And you can definitely tell that it's definitely tightening up. So I'm going to watch the rest of this and then we'll go to AEW and then I'll watch a little bit more. But let me get a couple of pictures up here for Sarah as well. I appreciate you go very, very much. Let's see here. What do I want to pull up here? Now I'm going to have to be able to do other pictures labeled differently. Instead of Darius Leonard, it's going to be Shaq Leonard or Shaquille. It's going to take a while for me to get used to that name. What I do know is you're fucking the best linebacker in football by most people. And, for me, I'm a Devin White guy. I'm a Buccaneer fan. But I can admit, you know what? Devin White's great, and you could argue that he's one of the best in the NFL. I feel right now that Devin White is number 2 or number 3. And obviously Micah Parsons for the Cowboys, I feel is number 3. But he could shoot all the way up to number 1, this season or very soon. But I think right now, in the league, this is the best in the NFL. And I could be biased and just say, oh, Devin White's my Buccaneer, my player. I'm going to put him number 1. But when you look at the stats, the tackles for loss, Devin White had a little bit of an off year last year because Levante David got injured. Darius Shaquille Leonard really hasn't had an off year. He's a beast. And like I said, sometimes you have to look at talent and you can't be biased. And this is the best linebacker in football. And I could easily say Devin White, Micah Parsons, Fred Warner, Bobby Wagner. There's a lot of other guys that I could say, but I mean, when I've watched this guy from the very beginning, it's Darius Shaq Leonard. It's Shaq Leonard, Devin White, and then Micah Parsons. Those are the top 3 right now in the game. And then right behind them, Fred Warner and Bobby Wagner, I feel are still right there. That's facts. Let me get you another photo here as well. I'm trying to get you a DeForest Buckner. Show some little Oregon Duck love as well as a little bit of Colts love as well. Let's see here. All right, this is a cool one. I've never shown this one, Sarah, so I think you'll like this one. But I spent a lot of time with Paisley today. We watched, some shows. We napped together. We spent a lot of time with each other. Obviously, the girlfriend's daughter is gone. Girlfriend is gone until late, so obviously I'm going to have the house to myself, which is nice. And I just have to check up on Paisley from time to time to make sure she's not ripping shit up in the house. Woo! Look at that. That's a nice one. I'm going to keep this one for Sarah. I appreciate you. The number one mod, Sarah Small. And like I said, a lot of times, we'll go through a lot of ups and downs, but it's funny how, you can have friends in your hometown. You can have friends that live abroad. But there's something really special about like a Twitch or a YouTube community, especially if you have a good one. There's a lot of people that have, trolls, and they have a lot of people that are negative. And I would rather have less people in the room and less subs, even though I do want to have more people and more subs. And obviously the goal is to, be able to grow and get more donos, more people in the room, more subs. But it's about quality people. I've been doing this for 10 years. Okay. This is my 6th year on YouTube. And I really want to protect what we have in this room. And like I said, sometimes things get passionate. Sometimes things get a little heated, but I think for the most part, we have a really, really strong group of people here, and I want to make sure we keep it that way. It's a positive place, and we want to make sure that we keep the goats protected. Sarah Small, $5. I appreciate you very much, and don't worry about it. You've actually done more with the donations that you've already done in like a week and a half than some people will ever do in their lifetime, or maybe ever. So like I said, there's some people that have been watching me, for years and years and years that just, maybe they just never have donated. Maybe they don't think I'm worth a dono. And there's people that I have earned a dono where they maybe have never donated to anybody on YouTube before. And then I end up being there first. And that ends up being special too. But like I said, everything that, it's one thing to sub to a channel and then to like somebody and to share their stuff, but to ultimately show the sign of love and respect that you really do appreciate the room, the people that are in the room, the host, the channel as a whole is obviously donating, whether it be 99 cents, $1, all the way up to 500. And we've gotten a couple $500 donations on the channel before. So Jeff Gordon just passed. This is a battle. This Brickyard 400 in Indy looks sweet. I think I have a couple figures of like Dale Earnhardt and some of the old starting lineups in McFarland's that are associated to this race. Oh, he just went loose right there. I'm not sure if he got a flat. He's scaling back. Jeff Gordon, go. Oh, wow. Go, Jeff, go. Go, Jeff, go. I mean, imagine being Jeff Gordon too, and then just bursting out on the scene. And then I know Dale Earnhardt wasn't too thrilled because he was like the guy. And we didn't really know how good Jeff was going to be early on, but he started to prove when he won a race earlier in the year in that season that, hey, I'm the real deal. And he ended up winning, I believe, 4 championships in the 90s, kind of like, when the Yankees had their little run. And then Jimmy Johnson was like, hey, only 4? Hey, let me win 5 or 6 or a few more. And those two guys really dominated NASCAR after Dale Earnhardt and then when he passed. 4 laps to go. Gosh, this is so cool. Let's go. Appreciate you, Sarah, very, very much. Shout out to the Dodgers, the Mariners, the Brewers, and the Cardinals. Let's go. A lot of people have been hitting me up on baseball. And then the Mets and the Yankees were on earlier. I'm not sure if it was still going, but it was 2-2. Scherzer was on the mound. And then every time Aaron Judge came up, they were just booing the shit out of him. And that's kind of weird. You have 2 New York teams, but one's American League and one's National League. So, but that kind of makes it cool if they end up playing each other like we had in 2000 in the Subway Series. Mets, Mike Piazza versus, obviously, the New York Yankees. 4 laps to go. Oh, Dale Earnhardt. Oh, look at him. Gosh, that car is nice. And that's why Dale's always been my favorite. I've always seen Dale, he's the Intimidator, but he's the only guy in NASCAR besides Chase Elliott now that I feel could be in 4th place, 5th place, 6th place with 10 laps to go or less, and he can find his way to the front or close to the front. And there's not a lot of guys that have that skill set, especially if their car isn't one of the best cars on the track. 3 laps to go. Gosh, this footage on Fox Sports is crazy. I wish I could go back in time and like go to some of these events. Yeah, he's got a little bit of wiggle room. 3 laps to go. And then obviously we got AEW Dynamite. I watched a little bit of it on my phone, but I didn't want to spoil the whole thing. And then obviously the Mariners and Dodgers played earlier today, so that's why I'm not covering that, because they already played. So you've already done more than enough, and we appreciate you. We just want to make sure we keep things positive, uplifting, and like I said, we can banter and we can talk sports. But the bottom line, for me, it's just to be able to open people's eyes that, if you follow just one team or maybe just teams in your division, that since, I cover the league as a whole, and we also have people in the room that cover the league as a whole, that maybe, you can learn something new and we can kind of discuss, and then I can open your eyes on maybe, that fresh new team that no one's talking about, or that new rookie, or maybe that free agent that no one's talking about that could be an impact player in 2022. So I appreciate you guys very, very much. There we go. All right, we got the white flag. We got 1 lap to go. 105. Let's get to 200. We can do it. Oh, absolutely. I mean, when I found the pic, I thought of you, and I was like, okay, what would be a better picture than having both of them retired in their old school, in the jerseys. It's obviously not the jerseys they wore. It's like the newer version Seahawk jersey, but who cares? And then, sometimes when I do find photos, people will use them for their profile pic, or maybe they'll already have them on their computer. Like you probably maybe had this one already. I assume you probably have like 300 different photos of Jim and Steve on the computer already anyways. But yeah, it's a great one. All right, here we go. Come on, Jeff. Go. God, that DuPont car is slick. I went to Napa. No hell. I went to Napa to go look for Chase Elliott merch, and he wins the Indianapolis Brickyard 400. But the only thing I could find is a cardboard cutout. They only had one car that was Napa related, a Michael Waltrip, and I think I already have it. It's like from 20 years ago. It's like a little die-cast car or whatever. So, of course, if I'm going there, I don't want to buy a Michael Waltrip. I already have merch of Michael Waltrip. I want Chase Elliott. So I was hoping to find some like racing gloves that have the Napa logo with like a fake Chase Elliott autograph on them, something I could wear during the NASCAR races. But I probably am going to get that NASCAR suit, the Chase Elliott one. They got it on Amazon for like $60, but they only had small and medium. So I'm kind of bigger in the midsection, but I have lost 10 pounds already. So I have to buy something that's like at least extra large, unless this medium racing suit costume is going to run big and it'll fit, but I guess I'll find out. But they look pretty cool. When Chase won a couple weeks ago, they had a fan in the crowd that had one on, and I was like, ooh, I want that. It looks slick. Maybe I'll get a little fake mustache, okay, with the glasses, and then with the headphones. Maybe I can do something like that. Let's see here. Yeah, I did watch a lot of the training camp of all the different players and the coaches, and the vibe is strong. You can definitely tell. Like, there's a lot of this kind of crazy shit. Like, Russell Wilson showed up, obviously in a big ass like tank. It wasn't a real tank, but a big ass vehicle, like some kind of Hummer. And he was, they were kind of clowning on him, saying that he was wearing his own jersey. Who cares? People wear their jersey. People wear throwbacks. There's a lot of people that have wore the number 3 on the Broncos in the past as well, including Drew Lock. So, they never really showed the photo of what the name was on the back, but there's people that wear their jerseys all the time. They wear them in the games, and just because you go and show up to the building in your own jersey, I don't see anything wrong with that. I think just people like to nitpick and be a hater, whatever it is. I mean, who cares? If someone's going to, be a pro player and they're going to wear their own throwback jersey, I mean, it's not like that jersey's available, but we don't even really truly know if it was a Russell Wilson jersey, because all the photos that I've seen were just the front, not the back. And who cares if it was? People on the media love to nitpick and complain about fucking everything. That's facts. So well said, only been here a week, and aside from the Hawks Net stream, who are my tribe, I felt never. There we go. And like I said, we try to welcome in everybody. Sometimes there's certain people that are a better fit than others. There's definitely people that like to argue, and there's a lot of people that like to have hot takes and whatnot. And that's completely fine. Anybody can have any kind of opinion. And I just have to be able to pick and choose the conversations and then let the mods handle things if someone is spamming the chat and, commenting every 10 seconds, you know what I mean? And just trying to stir the pot and stir things up. So, that's facts. All our baseball teams won today. Absolutely. Big day. Big day. Yeah, not surprising at all. Yeah, it's been rumored for quite some time. And obviously, hopefully he has a great retirement, obviously, there. And I had to bring up a couple photos for you before the stream even started. So we got Jeff Gordon here about to pull in. We got 5 minutes until AEW starts. And like I said, once I know who your favorite team, your favorite players, coaches are, I remember that stuff. And, when you have almost 20,000 subscribers, we don't obviously have 20,000 people in the room, but I do remember hundreds and hundreds of people. So it may end up getting to the thousands, based off name and, knowing what people like and don't like is important to me. So I definitely appreciate you guys very, very much. Let me see here. Off to a very, very good start. Mr. Williams did $100 in the first 30 seconds. Megan from Australia is like, you know what? I'm going to do it too. Bang, bang, bang. Big $100. Sarah Small with a $5. We're already at 105. And we hit 400 last night. So definitely a great opportunity for us here. So I appreciate you guys very much. Let me see this. Of course. Well, some people like to show gratitude and other people, they don't. And I'm always going to show gratitude. And you can ask any of the mods, like I said, or the people that have donated big to me. I always make sure to send them a little personal message, either during the stream or after, because it means something to me. So honestly, I think he's probably a mess. If you lose someone, to a drive-by shooting, and when the cousin got shot, they shot at the wrong house. So they weren't even shooting at the person that they were trying to get at. So it definitely was a big tragedy. Then he had another friend that passed, but I didn't go into details. But I told him to go get food. He got a seafood broil. It seems like his mood is a little better, but it's not going to be great probably for quite some time. So I just like to show support here. And anything that he needs, an ear to listen to, me sending him some photos, me talking sports with them, anything I can do, and anything that the people in the room can do, we definitely support each other. So that's facts. Jameis Ameza in the building. What to do? Bro, I'm watching 1994 Indianapolis 400, the Brickyard 400, the very, very first one. And I was like, message Riggs. I was like, I can't believe this is on right now. And it's Jeff Gordon. I think it's his second career win. He won earlier in the year. And I know Dale Earnhardt was pissed, and there were some people there. But Jeff Gordon ended up winning the race. 13 different leaders, 21 different lead changes. Gosh, I wish I was like, I watched back then, but I didn't watch every race. I wish I could go back in time and collect the merch and like experience, the Jeff Gordon era in entirety, as well as Jimmy. And I did the Dale, so I already know that. Oh, my God, look how young Gordon is. Jeez. He's got the mullet. He's like in his early 20s. Wow. That is so cool. That is so cool. Bird Gang in the building. How are you? What to do, bro? How are you? How's work? How's everything going? Just got a message from my Mariners guy, Jake. So he says, no Soto for Yankees. They got Benintendi from the Royals, left fielder. So it'll be very interesting. Maybe the Cardinals will get Soto, Sarah. So it looks like Mariners are out. Yankees are out. So Cardinals, they definitely, maybe Dodgers. Dodgers got the money, but I don't know. Second win this season, Jeff Gordon. God, you're young. And I got a Jeff Gordon autograph, obviously, and I've had that for, 20 years, probably 22 years. I think I still have it on here. Let's see if I have it on here. I think I still do. Oh, I do right here. Check it out. And we had some Jeff Gordon fans, obviously, when I did the NASCAR stream. But, God, look at that. The glasses, the DuPont. He's got a really good signature, too. Kind of like my Ken Griffey Jr. And that was actually out of Trax packs. And you actually had to rip packs open. And nobody bought NASCAR cards back in the day. You know what I'm saying? So even if there was a couple of thousand of these made, there's probably less than 500 or less than maybe a couple hundred in existence that are out of the packs because a lot of them are still in the boxes somewhere in some random warehouse probably, and just, never been exposed to the air, and they're just still in the packages. And I ended up seeing this one. If I sent it in to get it graded, this one would grade a 9 or a 10. And it's worth about 100, 150 now, but it could definitely go up to about 500 or more if you got like a gem mint grade on it. But I've never sent it in, but it's a sweet one. It would have been cooler to have him autograph it in blue, blue Sharpie, but the black still looks very, very cool. That's one of my prized possessions that I got. I also got a Dale Earnhardt, Richard Petty artwork piece that I'll pull out of the closet here at some point, and I'll show you. I need to go get it framed, but the artwork and the detail on that is amazing. That's facts. All right, so AEW is about to come on, so I need to go there. That was awesome. Man, 1994 Brickyard 400. They're going to do it this weekend, and that was like Jeff's second win career, but the very first Brickyard 400. That was awesome. I wasn't expecting that at all. All right, now we got some AEW. Yeah, let's go. Fight for the fallen. Let's go. All the quality people. Yeah, let's throw up a Michael Pittman Jr. for you. I haven't done that in a while. Oh, everyone loved. I love Dale. Like he's my number one. I have a lot of collectibles for Dale and Dale Jr. For me, father-son combos are big. Obviously, with my dad, he's a big part of my life. And obviously, anytime it's Ken Griffey Jr., Ken Griffey Sr., you have those bonds with either baseball or NASCAR. They're very special to me. Let's see here. Let me get you. We already got that cool DeForest Buckner. Throw Michael Pittman up. Michael Pittman Jr. And we just got Julio yesterday, which was great, but I'm not overreacting on that. But I am happy that we got Julio for depth. Ooh. I've never, oops. Oh, John Moxley. I saw a little bit of this. John Moxley. Let's go. Love me some Mox. And this is the debut of, after the injury, I think it's the main event, is Bryan Danielson, a.k.a. Daniel Bryan. I'm super excited about that. I haven't seen it yet, so. Those are two of my favorite of all time. Like, I'm a really big Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson guy, and I'm a big Moxley guy. I did see the news that Seth Rollins' opponent Riddle is out for SummerSlam on Saturday. So I don't know if they're going to find another opponent for him or if the match is scrapped, which is crappy. But Seth has lost like 50 times in the last couple years. It's ridiculous. He's the one that should have the strap on his waist. And I got some cool news for you, Sarah. So when I do SummerSlam, Swaggy P is going to come over, and we're going to watch SummerSlam here together. So it'll be a dual stream. He'll be here at my house, and we'll probably eat pizza or pad thai or something, and we'll watch SummerSlam. So he'll be here on Saturday, and then I'll do the the Indianapolis fucking race on Sunday for NASCAR on Sunday. So I'm pretty stoked about that. Preston hasn't been on a stream in a while, and usually it'll be wrestling or football. So we'll get Preston in the building for SummerSlam. I'm excited. It's always good to have one of my best friends actually here with me. So, woo! Let's go. Big season incoming for Michael Pittman Jr. And then Michael Pittman, the dad was on my team when I won the Super Bowl. So I'm very familiar with him being my running back. Ooh, wow. Throwing Moxley right into the cage, right into the guardrail. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I think everybody won today besides the Braves. Are you guys going to be able to catch up to the Mets? I think you guys will, but just got to get into a little bit of a groove. We ended up sweeping the Rangers. And you know what's crazy? I got to put my face on here. You know what's crazy? How the hell did the A's beat the Astros and sweep them, right? And they only had like 834 people there because they banned and decided to boycott. They can hold like 20, 30,000, and there was only like 800 some people there. That's crazy. And they ended up beating the Astros, one of the best teams in baseball. Go figure. Anybody can beat anyone on any given Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in baseball, apparently. Crazy. Crazy stuff. All right, let me go through some of the comments here, and then I'll get caught up. You are a baller. You are a baller. Bird Gang in the building. Yes. Yes, I'm super excited for you guys. Like I said, out of the teams that I'm the most excited to actually cover and watch besides my Buccaneers, it's Eagles and Niners on the NFC, and then Chiefs and Chargers on the AFC. So I'm definitely, and your guys' fan bases always take care of me, and I'm always going to make sure I put in some extra effort for you guys. Nothing yet, but I know we will get to a good number before the stream ends. Visa application done. Woot, woot. That's good to hear. I know some of that can get stressful. Randall King and Craig Morton. I assume that's country. Is that country? I mean, you're more of the country guy, and I try to learn from you guys as you guys learn from me. I'll give you the NFL, better than anyone on YouTube, period. I'll give you the stats. I'll give you the analytics. I'll be fair. I'll call it right down the middle. And we are going to be doing more top 10 lists because I got a lot of them. We've done quarterback. We've done running back. So tomorrow is going to be wide receiver. Then we'll do tight end. Then we'll do offensive line. Then we'll do defensive line probably, or defensive players. Then linebackers. Then safeties, corners. We'll do coaches, OCs, DCs, punters, kickers. So I got a lot of those to go before we get to preseason, and I'm going to be covering a lot of preseason. I could care less if the starters aren't playing. I get excited to see the fourth string receivers, the rookies, the guys that might not make the team, or that one guy that might end up playing better than you think that can make a name for themselves. You know what I mean? Like Kenny Golladay. I remember him in preseason a couple years ago, and I was like, dude, this guy's good. And look at him now. So you never know when you can find that gem in preseason before anyone really is talking about a guy. Kenny Golladay is a guy that really showed out in preseason a few years ago, and I'll always remember that. So is this country? Randall King and Craig Morgan? Educate me. Educate me. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're saying. And like I said, it still will be good at SummerSlam. And even if it's Vince's fingerprints are still on this pay-per-view because it was leading up to it, after SummerSlam, then it's all Triple H, and Stephanie and Khan. So I still think there may be some surprises. I mean, you could do anything. You could do AJ Styles and Seth. That's always a 10 out of 10. You could do Gargano and Seth. You could add Seth to another match. I mean, who's to say that the card is finalized? You're in control. You can change shit around, and the fans actually would like that. So I'm excited. And Seth is one of my favorites of all time. My favorites right now in WWE currently. Seth Rollins 1, and this is not maybe in any specific order, but I got Seth Rollins 1, Kevin Owens 2, AJ Styles 3, Randy Orton 4, Finn Balor 5. So for me, it's probably Seth 1, Randy Orton 2, AJ Styles 3, Kevin Owens 4, Finn Balor 5. And then Charlotte Flair obviously is like my female wrestler that I really enjoy. And then you guys obviously know I like, Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, Lucha Bros, and there's so many others that I like. And John Moxley, obviously Bryan Danielson. There's so many in the AEW side, but those are my 5. If you guys have 5 that you like, let me know. Put it in the chat. Who are your favorite 5 that are in WWE right now? Not old school, but right now. Is it any different from my list? Probably, but those are my favorites, and those guys I can watch, even though WWE's product has been booty since COVID. I have a feeling it's going to be better, and I have a feeling they're going to get me back as a fan. I'm not going to watch Raw, SmackDown, and NXT in entirety until Triple H can prove to me that they're back. And if the booking is good, the matches on paper are good, and the endings of the matches are good, I will be back. I mean, I've been a guy that prior to COVID, I didn't miss a Monday Night Raw in 20 years. Like I either watched it live or on the DVR. Like I was like religiously dedicated, to Raw and obviously SmackDown as well. And I watched a lot of NXT, but they definitely got lazy and complacent. And I'm really excited to go back. The only thing that I probably will never go back to is the NBA, unless they can prove to me they can put out a better product. But I mean, I'll do playoffs and I enjoy that, but the regular season, God, it's tough. Some of the matchups are almost unwatchable for me, but there are certain players, LaMelo Ball, Giannis, Embiid, Joker, Luka, Steph Curry, Draymond, Clay, Dame Dalla, Damian Lillard. I mean, there's ones that I love to watch, but it's just, I have so many other things that I'm doing now, baseball, NASCAR, hockey. You got to make sure you bring it for me to be, intrigued. And that's facts. Yeah, that was really disappointing, dude. Really, let's put up a Seth Rollins photo. So maybe I can find one with Seth and, hold on here. See if I can find one with Seth and Riddle. And Seth has lost the most matches as a superstar out of any superstar like on Raw and SmackDown in the last year. He's lost 30. I mean, it's crazy. He's well, I don't understand why you're having someone put someone over and over and over when Seth should have the belt. If you're going to not have it on Brock or Roman, or Bobby Lashley, Seth is the guy besides Randy Orton. And I think Randy was going to get the belt, but then he hurt his back. AJ Styles and Seth should always be in the mix for a belt or have a belt around their waist, and give Kevin Owens some fucking love and Finn Balor, And I don't like the name changes in WWE either. When they do all the name changes, I don't like that at all. You know what I'm saying? If it's Matt Riddle, right, keep it Matt Riddle, not Riddle. It's just stupid. You know what I mean? I don't understand. What are we supposed to be impressed that you just went from the guy's first and last name to just the one? I don't know. I don't know if you guys are the same way, but I just think it's stupid. Let's see here. Let's see if this one will format correctly. All right, got Jon Moxley. Love him. Oh, nice suplex off the top. Superplex. And I got AEW Dynamite on here because obviously on the West Coast, I get it a little bit later, but I do have the TBS and TNT app. So on my phone or computer, I can click the East Coast feed of TBS and TNT, and I can watch it the same time you guys do at 5 o'clock. So, but this gives me something to kind of watch as I'm going too. Hi, Paisley. See if I can find a better one that's formatted than this one. That one didn't format very well. Let's see if I can find one that'll fit better. They're chopping the shit out of each other. Great day to be a wrestling fan. Oh, here we go. All right, here we go. Sometimes the ones that'll format good, and sometimes they'll be too small. And I like to have the stream look as clean as possible. If I'm going to keep a photo up, I want it to be HD. If it's not HD, it's got to be a cool pose or a cool picture. And then if it's not going to fit the screen at all, there's got to be something special about it for me to show it. So let's see if this one works better. I think it will. Here we go. Just like a preview photo on Monday Night Raw with the wrestlers here. Oh, gosh, what could have been? What could have been for SummerSlam? And I just don't like the direction. Shield was my favorite, with Seth Rollins and, Jon Moxley, right? AKA Dean Ambrose and Roman Reigns. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to have any type of trio that has had that type of significance. And you could argue that trio was one of the best trios of all time. Dean Ambrose, right? AKA Jon Moxley, Roman Reigns, and Seth Rollins, besides obviously this one, this is the most iconic to me, right? And maybe to you, but this is the most iconic, hands down. Razor Ramon, Scott Hall, Hulk Hogan, Hollywood Hogan, Diesel, Kevin Nash, Outsiders, NWO Wolfpack, right? But obviously I have a lot of love for Seth Roman and Dean Ambrose, aka John Moxley. But I did hear, obviously, when I was still awake, right, that AEW is going to be doing a triple, obviously, belt kind of opportunity. So they're going to end up having champions, right? And instead of being a tag team, it's actually going to be something where you're going to have trio belts. And I think that's awesome. So what that already tells me is this, is that you're going to end up, what happened there? I went to Prime Video on accident. Oh my God, what happened there? It clicked the wrong button and it went off what I was watching. Go back. Go back. I don't want to go there. But I think that what that means with the trios, right, is that once they get that going, he's going to come back and he's going to be with the Young Bucks. And I would assume that they're going to be the ones that are going to have the trio belt. That's my ESP kind of kicking in. So let me see if I got the nice Young Bucks on here. Because, I mean, obviously the Elite, these guys are the best in wrestling right now, period. A lot of guys in WWE are great, but they're not Kenny Omega or Young Bucks as far as originality, moves, and entertainment value. For me, there's nobody more entertaining in wrestling right now when healthy than Kenny Omega or the Young Bucks. And I've been watching since 1985. So, I mean, I'm very critical, obviously, on what I'm watching. So the trio belts is a very unique idea, and we'll see if WWE copies them. But having a lot of teams of three, they already have that. They have teams of 3, 4, 5. Vince hated factions, right? AEW loves them, and I love them. I love having little factions because you can have different rivalries. You can end up having people split up and then wrestling each other for additional matches down the road where they can split up or stay together. So absolutely love the trio belt idea. And we'll have to see what happens. Let me see here. I promise I'll get caught up. Definitely quality people in the room. Yes, Dale was very fun back in the day. Let me see here. Cards have a lot of options, though. I mean, they have a lot of, they probably don't have as much money as the Dodgers, but they have a lot of talent that they could give for Soto. So we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Soto and Corbin to the Cardinals. Yeah, man, that would be so. You already have 5 Hall of Famers, but who would you have to give up? Nice. 1, 2, 2. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. This is a good place to be, a great place. The community, I look forward to hanging out with you guys every day. And that's why I've been grinding 4 to 7 hours every day. No one else on YouTube is putting in that kind of commitment, but I do love you guys and appreciate spending I spend more time with you guys than my own friends here. I spend more time with you guys in Paisley than my friends physically here in Oregon. And honestly, I don't mind it. You guys are awesome. Well, you are more of a WWE guy. So I'm not saying that you're biased towards WWE, but you love WWE, right? So a lot of people that love WWE, even when it hasn't been good for the last 2 years, sometimes people are extremely loyal to that brand. And I get it. My best friend, Justin Graves, won't watch AEW. I'll tell him the matches. I'll send him stuff, but he's not into it. You know what I mean? He's just not willing to give it a shot. I was like, okay, man, I mean, if you're not willing to, watch good wrestling, but also he wasn't really into WCW or ECW. And I love that. So, I mean, for me, it's not necessarily about brand. It's just about quality wrestling. And I just like the wrestlers more in AEW. And obviously the announcers. I mean, you got, Pat McAfee and Michael Cole. Those guys are great and whatnot. But I'm an AEW from day one, and I always will be. And I was always ECW and WCW over WWF. And I love WWF, for Rock and Stone Cold and DX and Hogan and Legion of Doom and, Demolition. And I can go on and on and on. Hercules and all the guys that I used to watch back in the day. Undertaker, Mankind. But, a lot of people aren't into AEW and some aren't into WWE, but I love AEW. And like I said, regardless of if there's, 5-star matches or not, I feel that there are more 5-star matches on AEW regular TV than there are on Raw, SmackDown, and NXT. And that says something. They give you pay-per-view quality stuff during the week, not every week, but more often than WWE. And that's facts. Jameis Ameza with a $2 donation. Thank you so much. Let me get you some representation on here. But yeah, some people are extremely loyal to the brands that they love, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just a fan of great wrestling. It doesn't matter what brand. I just want great wrestling. Let's go, baby. Bang, bang, bang. $2 holla for my boy Jameis Ameza. I got a nice, beautiful picture here of Derrick Henry in the Titans uniform. I appreciate you very, very much. Let's get one more up there for you. Got to take care of the people that take care of me. Let's go. Appreciate you, Jameis Ameza. 107 in donos. Let's get to 200. Let's do it. Yes. Quality people is what it's about. And like I said, I will do whatever it takes to protect, obviously the brand. And like I said, sometimes things get heated. Sometimes people will come after me, and sometimes I'll come after them, depending on who initiates the conversation, and usually it gets pretty fiery, it'll get pretty passionate, but I mean, this is not something I'm doing for fun. This is like my legacy. So, opinions are very strong here. And obviously I like to spit a lot of facts and a lot of analytics as well. That's facts. Ooh, yeah, you're going to Luke Bryan, bro. Ooh, that's going to be exciting. Michael's in the building. Fly, Eagles, fly. How are you, bro? What's good, dude? How are you doing mentally? How's the jobs going? Are you excited for, obviously, Eagles football? I imagine you are, just like Bird Gang is. I hope you guys are doing fantastic. Main thing is series starts next Thursday against the Mets. Oh, wow. That's going to be awesome. I'll watch that for sure. If the Mets and the Braves are playing, that's a must-see TV for me. For sure. Let's go. Yeah, and it's cool when you can find things that other people have in common. Like with me, Shep, and Chief Will Chief, we all love Discovery, History, National Geographic. There's people in the room that like country that maybe you guys didn't understand or realize that they're the bonds that we can create in this room based off things that we like is very special here. And you can obviously get a better connection with people in here when you find out what people like. So that's what it's about. You're going to WrestleMania 40? Yeah, in 2024. Next year, it's in Hollywood, and we're probably going to get Rock versus Roman. But yeah, that'll be crazy. Yes, I saw that. God, that'll be sweet. I'm going to try to get out to WrestleMania 39 or 40 or 41, but I just don't know based off my money and the situation. But I definitely want to be able to go to a WrestleMania in the next 3 years for sure. All right, looks like I'm getting caught up. I'm almost caught up here. Yeah. Yeah, I know Castillo and me and Jake were talking too. Obviously, he's my Mariner guy, and he's got a lot of information. Let's see what he said. Said Yankees got a good bat, though, and only had to give up 3 minor league prospects for Benintendi, but he's unvaccinated, too, so he can't go to Toronto. Okay, so I guess he is going to get vaxxed. 1921 and top 30 prospect for Benintendi. Seems like a steal. And what does he say? Luis Castillo and Frankie Montas. Obviously, those are the ones. Reds righty Luis Castillo. The Mariners are looking at him, as well as the Cardinals and a lot of other people. And A's righty Frankie Montas. People are looking at that guy as well. So we'll see where it goes. Yeah, and I know a lot of people are not on Jalen, but I am. Like I said, I already saw the Dak 2.0 in him, but he didn't really have a lot to work with, and it was just getting used to the system and Sirianni. But now he's got a lot of weapons around him. The defense is vastly improved. Once you guys win the division a couple years in a row, you guys will be able to, because if you guys win the division and then start over and have to get someone else, it doesn't make any sense. So I do think you guys are going to win, 10 to 12 games this year and win the NFC East. And once that happens, then you guys can keep building around him. I think he's going to be good for you guys. And I think that since he is like best friends with AJ Brown, I think that, that connection will help improve the team dramatically. You're just going to have to get some great O-line play, run the football effectively, and the passing game will open up and the defense will be better. And I'm really excited about Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean. Facts. Oh, yeah. Burks is going to be very good. Treylon Burks is going to be very, very good. It's like an A.J. Brown clone. You couldn't ask for a better player. That's almost a mirror image of A.J. Brown. So. Yeah. Well, but also too, you sound, you're a little biased. I mean, have you actually watched an AEW pay-per-view before? You know what I mean? So you can see it as like $50-$60 and you think it might be a waste of money. But every pay-per-view that I've watched has been like a 9 or a 10 out of 10. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you look at the superstars that they have, it might not be for you. And like I said, some people, maybe you don't like the factions. Maybe you think it's too many titles. But for me, WWE's been shit for 2 years, since COVID. You know what I mean? And so you can be loyal to the brand, and I hope that they make things better, and I think they will. But it was really, really hard to watch WWE. And if Raw and SmackDown and NXT are shit, why am I'm going to watch the pay-per-views for WWE $5 through like Peacock or $10. You know what I mean? But a lot of the matches look great on paper for WWE, but the endings weren't good, and the storylines weren't good. And for me, I need to have good storylines. I have to have good rivalries, and I have to have good wrestling. And the wrestling quality in the pay-per-views for AEW normally is better than WWE. And that's from someone that watches both. So, so I don't expect you to change your mind, about AEW, but, even watching AEW and the NJPW crossover event when the NASCAR race got rained out, and that didn't have Samoa Joe, Kenny Omega, Bryan Danielson. They were missing MJF. They were missing like 5 of their big stars, and it still was a solid 9. So I like to be able to see double team moves, triple team moves, innovation. I want to be able to see fast wrestling. I don't want to see punch, kick, DDT, body slam, leg drop, pin. And that's kind of what WWE is. That's why I kind of liked going towards ECW and WCW, because ECW was more hardcore. WCW had better Hall of Famers and better presentation, and I like their announcing crew better. And then you still had Rock and Stone Cold, Mankind, Undertaker, DX, and I love that. But like I said, everyone has got their own opinion on what they like, but I think a lot of people agree that WWE could have been better, and they got lazy. And then obviously AEW came, and at least they raised their bar of expectations, because for a while before AEW existed, they got really complacent and really lazy, and they didn't really give a shit about the fans. They were catering to kind of the little kids rather than the adults that are buying the figures, the wrestling belts, paying hundreds of dollars for front row seats. I just want to see a good product. But before you just totally cancel out AEW, it just depends on the wrestlers that are there. So, if you've never seen Kenny Omega wrestle in his prime, you're missing out. If you've never seen the Young Bucks, they're better than any tag team that's in WWE. They do things on a daily basis that make you say, wow. And if I can say wow or ooh, like 4 or 5 times in a match, that's when you got something good. I barely say wow or get into a match in WWE, maybe once or twice if it's got a good, if it's like Seth and AJ Styles, I'm in. You know what I mean? But I feel that, match for match, it doesn't really stand up, compared to AEW overall as a product. But I am starting to, see that hopefully with Triple H in charge, that AEW obviously to me is at the top, but WWE will improve their product, and then maybe I can watch Raw, SmackDown, and NXT and enjoy it again, because I haven't enjoyed it in like 2 years, to be very honest. So, and also too, WWE puts out a bunch of bullshit pay-per-views. They put one out every month, but most of their pay-per-views haven't been good. I watch every single one. I usually do a live stream on them, and a lot, even the big ones like SummerSlam, WrestleMania, Survivor Series. Sometimes they don't pan out. Like if those ones are supposed to be a 10 out of 10 and they end up being like a 6, why am I fucking watching? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm still gonna watch, but I guess I'm just critical as a wrestling fan because I'm like you. I've been watching since '85, so I'm very critical on what I like and what I don't like. But we'll see where it goes. That's facts. We can agree to disagree. You love WWE. You're like my friend Justin. Anything I say, he's not going to listen to it. So, but until you actually, have a full roster of an AEW pay-per-view, like when it's got MJF there, if he comes back, and you've got Kenny Omega healthy, the Young Bucks, Daniel Bryan Danielson, and you have Moxley, you have everybody healthy, and they do a pay-per-view, because usually they do about 4 a year. The storyline is built up a little bit better, but they have been sprinkling in a few more as they're growing. This is their 3rd year. And then sometimes you'll even get a pay-per-view quality-ish Dynamite or a 5-star match on Rampage. You don't really get those that often on Raw, SmackDown, or NXT. So, yeah, TV14 is going to help a lot. That's facts. A little bit more swearing and stuff. So, no way in hell. Nope. I've watched the Usos even before they came to WWE. Not even close. Nope. Death Triangle is cool. Obviously, Lucha Bros. If you didn't watch Lucha Bros and Young Bucks, like I said, anytime Young Bucks are in a match, it's spectacular. So I just call it how I see it. But Usos, no. Usos are great, and I love them, but no. No. Yeah, even FTR. Vince fucked that one up too. You know what I mean? They had them shaving each other's backs as the Usos came in the locker room. And if you watch them, the intensity and the matches that they bring, like we watch ROH, and I'm not sure if you watch that, Bird Gang, but we watched that pay-per-view with the Briscoes and obviously FTR. That was one of the best matches I've seen all year. You know what I mean? But a lot of people are critical on things that maybe they haven't watched or they're not willing to pay for. But ROH, Impact, NJPW, they can still put out quality stuff. But I'm just more invested in the wrestlers that are in AEW. You're more invested in the wrestlers that are in WWE. So we can agree to disagree, but I watch both. You only watch one. So if you do end up buying one, down the road, if we have a full roster, I think it will surprise you that it's a little bit better than you think it is. Because to me, it sounds like you think it sucks and it's not good. AEW is better than WWE. But like I said, we can agree to disagree. So. No. Well, the innovation, they don't, what do you like the Usos over the Young Bucks? How many Young Bucks matches have you watched? Honestly. But you've probably never seen any of the pay-per-views, right? They had a 5-star match on Rampage just like a few weeks ago. Okay. And the Usos, they're not as athletic and they don't do double team moves. They don't have the same kind of innovation. It's like Matt and Jeff Hardy on crack. It's a big difference. I don't know. You might like different type of wrestling than me. I like fast pace. I like innovation. I like seeing stuff that I don't see all the time. I don't want to see punch, kick, leg drop, body slam. That shit is old, but again, we can agree to disagree, but no way in hell. Usos are great. And they're one of the best tag teams in WWE history. That's facts. But I would rather watch 50% Young Bucks than 100% Usos. So everyone's got a different style. So you obviously like their style. I like the Young Bucks style. So. Yeah. Like I said, so sometimes you can have WrestleMania. Think about that for a second too. If WrestleMania and Royal Rumble and SummerSlam and Survivor Series are supposed to be the best that you have to offer, and then that show overall by the fans gets rated like a 6 or a 7, what does that mean for their product? Because let's be honest, I've watched everything that you've watched, and a lot of the matches and a lot of the big pay-per-views have disappointed. And that's not being a hater. That's just truth. Like the pay-per-views, have to be better overall. You can't have just a couple good matches and then you have a really good match on paper and then the ending fucking blows. And they just ruin the whole pay-per-view based off certain endings. It's like anything with Brock or Roman. That shit is boring as hell to me. Like I could give two shits less of watching Roman or Brock or Bobby Lashley. You know, this isn't the 1980s where everyone's on steroids. I want to see athleticism, you know. But again, we can agree to disagree, right? But also for me, I'm not Air Whitey. Air Whitey watches all the federations. And when you watch Japanese wrestling also too, with the females and how stiff they are with punching each other in the neck and the face, and how the strong style that they do over there, like Shinsuke Nakamura was trained it. It's way more entertaining, but the name recognition is better in WWE because they're famous. They're obviously well promoted. But like I said, I need to see a little bit more improvement, you know, from the card, you know, to be really invested. I mean, because I'm still going to do every single WWE pay-per-view, you know, for like a live stream watch party. But I think most WWE fans can admit that the product hasn't been good in 2 years. It could be much better. They definitely didn't put all their eggs in the basket. And obviously the creative from Vince wasn't very good at times. Sometimes good, but a lot of times it fell a little flat. So Cesaro, yeah. Everyone loves Cesaro. Who doesn't? Yeah. Everyone's got their different favorites, but FTR is great. The Lucha Bros are great. I mean, I like Lucha Libre wrestling too. I like fast-paced stuff, and I like stuff off the top rope. You know what I mean? I like that high risk, you know, type of wrestlers. I like guys that can be technical as well. You know, I liked Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit, Dean Malenko. So I like Bret Hart over Shawn Michaels. Most people like Shawn. I like Bret. I like heels, you know what I mean? And I like technical wrestling, but I also like high flying, and I like guys that are great on the mic. You know, and if you're great on the mic, I'm going to love you. So yeah. The Buck, yeah, but that's not something that you know, if you're going to watch a Young Bucks, you have to watch, you know, Young Bucks, you know, versus the Lucha Bros. Or if you want to go on YouTube and watch one of the best matches ever, it was, you know, a 5-star match. It was considered one of the best tag team matches of all time. And that was it Kenny Omega and Adam Hangman Page versus the Young Bucks in AEW year number 1. And that match was like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And they had so many spots in that match. You will say ooh and ah like 10 times. I mean, I didn't even did a reaction video on it, and they took it down after like a year, and it got like 10 or 20,000 views. But if you want to watch a match, that'll show you really what the Young Bucks are about. But Matt and Jeff Hardy are old as shit. I mean, you can't compare, you know, what you're seeing, you know what I mean, with like Usos, with Jeff and Matt Hardy that are old. I mean, that's not a fair comparison. You know what I mean? Yeah, but you haven't watched enough. You know, you watch all WWE and you've barely watched any AEW, so you can't really have a fair comparison. You know what I mean? Because you already were going in as kind of like, I don't like this brand, you know, and then you haven't really fully given it a shot. I'm just telling you, I'm just trying to get you to open your eyes to be like, you can still love WWE to the death. I'm not trying to change you there. But if you actually watch some of the great matches that AEW has put out in the last 3 years, some of their great matches supersede some of the great matches that WWE has had in the last few years. Just saying. But, you know, you can like, you know, the Street Profits, you can like the Usos, right? But for me, the style is entertaining, but I would rather watch the guys in AEW. You would rather watch the guys in WWE. So. See, I hate those guys. I don't like any of those guys. So you like the big guys that are roided up. I watched those guys in the 80s. I watched all those roided up guys in the 80s. Punch, kick, horrible on the microphone. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I don't know. You know, everyone's got there's certain guys that have the looks. And you know what I mean? But for me, I like guys that are great on the mic that are, you know, they don't have to have the steroid look. You know what I mean? But again, your personality is different than mine, and there's nothing wrong with that. We can always agree to disagree, but I don't like any of those guys. You know, I mean, I liked Roman when he was with the Shield, but I could get, no one remembers Bobby Lashley matches. Like when they're on pay-per-views, no one's like, oh my God, you remember that Bobby Lashley match? Said no one ever. I'm just, you know, I mean, Cage has got the look. Lashley's got the look. Ricky Starks isn't too bad, you know, and stuff. And Roman's been getting better on the mic. I'll give him that, you know, but I mean, there's a reason why you got Paul Heyman there, you know. Okay, there we go. See, Ricochet, we can agree. I love Ricochet. I love him. Morrison, I like Morrison from back in the day, and then just kind of, you know, obviously it didn't really work out with him with everything, but yeah, see, we can agree. We can agree to disagree. We like some, we don't like some, you know. Oh, I do too. Okay, see, now we're on the same page. I do like Sammy a lot. I think as far as his age and his skill set, he's one of the brightest stars in any federation in the world right now. I can agree to that. See. So you like some guys that I don't like. I like some guys that you don't like, but we can come together. And there's some guys that we both love. There we go. See. Yeah, I miss MJF too. But dude, seriously, I love Sammy. As soon as I saw him, and the one thing that pisses me off too is that I miss the Inner Circle. I thought that faction was awesome, just like Undisputed Era. They fucked that up. You know what I mean? But obviously they let, Adam Cole go, and then they all came over to AEW. But Undisputed Era should have never gotten broken up. That was one of the coolest factions with the music and, who they had. But obviously, Adam Cole's a little smaller. So WWE has something against small wrestlers, I guess. But I like Adam Cole. He's great on the mic, but yeah, you know what I mean? I love Sammy Guevara, but the Inner Circle compared to what they have available now, who Ricky Starks just got fucking pummeled right there by his former friend. Wow. I don't know if we saw that coming, but we kind of did. Powerhouse Hobbs. What about Powerhouse Hobbs? Have you watched anything of him? Because Powerhouse Hobbs has the same kind of build as these guys, Lashley, Cage, Starks, and Roman. What about that? You like Powerhouse Hobbs? He's built big. Yeah. Brian Cage has got the look, but he's not good on the mic, though. You know what I mean? But he's got the look. Like Powerhouse Hobbs has got a big look. Cage is ripped like he's like a wrestler from the 80s. Like one more injection, his bicep is going to burst. Like Brian Cage, Lance Archer has got a good look. Like there's a lot of guys that have the look, but I mean, I guess it just depends on, how they're going to, give the guys the push at the right time. MJF is the best on the mic. You know what I mean? If you look at his shit talking ability, MJF is better than the Miz. But Miz is a legend. Miz is like Jericho, Rock, Stone Cold. There's certain guys to me that are the ultimate on the microphone, that they can talk shit and have a presence on the mic. MJF is better than the Miz. But Miz to me is one of the, top 10 on the mic ever. Like Miz is one of the most underrated wrestlers of all time. I mean, for someone that to be on the Real World, Road Rules, and then to be with Maurice and be as successful as he is now. I mean, salute to him. And he's very, very good. I could definitely see like the Miz on the mic, if he wanted to be in the broadcasting booth, which he probably doesn't. But if there was someone that they could have after Pat McAfee, or pair someone up with Michael Cole, or if Michael Cole retires, you could have someone like the Miz do a great job. I think Miz is awesome. I really like Miz a lot. A lot of people hated the Miz, but I like heels. I always liked him. And my friends would be like, "You like the Miz?" "Yeah, I do." And then as years passed, they were like, "Oh, wow, he actually is pretty good." Oh, here we go. I got Sammy Guevara on the TV. I got my girl Paisley here right underneath me. But MJF, I feel to me, is the best on the mic. Spanish God, Sammy Guevara. Let's get a Sammy Guevara photo up. I like his high-flying ability. He's willing to do whatever it takes, you know what I mean? And I like that. Like he is by far to me the most potential of, as far as like a younger guy, in the business. I mean, they could put a strap on him at any point, but I feel he's very, very underrated. And also I like guys like, Darby Allin. There's certain guys, like, they don't have to have the muscular look. I just need to see passion and wrestling. Even you got, like right here, Dante Martin. There's another guy. It's a low name guy. He would be nothing in WWE. And the big reason why I like AEW more is because the fans appreciate everyone. And in WWE, they don't. They only cheer for the big guys, but in AEW, when you come over or you get fired, from another federation, you come in, it doesn't matter if you're Ruby Riott or Ruby Soho or Dante or Sammy Guevara, they give everyone love. And I think for me, it's also about fan interaction. And the better fan interaction, then the product is better. I like to have good announcers, and I have to have great fan interaction. And that's one thing that WWE isn't as good as. I feel as AEW, they got Michael Cole and Pat McAfee. But besides that, the fan interaction is better in AEW. than it is in WWE, personally. I mean, when I watch the shows, I think the fan interaction usually is a little bit better and a little bit more passionate in AEW. So, but hopefully, things will get better over time, especially with Triple H in charge. I'm excited to see where it goes. And I'm excited to start watching again because I was pretty much against watching, anything WWE until things got better. And I still watch the pay-per-views, but I just stopped watching Raw, SmackDown, and NXT. Yeah, but Sammy, the Inner Circle never should have got broken up. That faction was awesome. I love Chris Jericho too. I could care less if he's got man boobs and he's a little older. I love him. I will always love Jericho. Some people are Jericho fans, some aren't, but I always loved him. ECW, WCW, WWF. And in Japan. I think my dog just took a big old shit in the other room. I got the fans going in the AC, and I think that's why she came in here. But guys like Darby Allin, too, a lot of people were like, he would be nothing. But, obviously just that reckless abandon style like Jon Moxley, that's entertaining to me. I would rather have guys like that, show me some athleticism and risk their body, right, and watch something like this, than someone that, maybe just has a big muscular look. Muscular look is not for me. But like I said, for someone like Birdman, maybe Bird Gang, maybe he likes that. You know what I mean? I used to like that. But, I mean, just because you got a physical look, it's not enough for me anymore. It used to be enough for me, but if you can't talk on the mic and you're kind of simple in your wrestling style, it's, compared to some of these other guys that might be not as big of a name, but they're more athletic. Like for me, I would rather watch Dante and Sammy Guevara than watch, some of these bigger guys like, Cage or, Powerhouse Hobbs or some of the bigger guys. Oh, shit. And I like high flying. You know what I mean? Like that's my favorite thing, to watch. Innovate, like the innovation, the moves, stuff off the top rope, Hurricane Ranas, 450 splashes. I like stuff like that. Going off the turnbuckle, doing a backflip into the crowd. There's a reason why I always liked RVD and Sabu and high flyers. That's just more of my style. But sometimes people like, obviously, the bigger guys as well. So I get it. And that's, I just wish that WWE fans wouldn't just cheer, for the big names. I just wish that they would give everyone love, but they just don't. But also, you got a lot of kids, and then you got a lot of the old school guys like you and me, you know what I mean? So everyone's a little bit different, based off the fan base. But I feel in AEW, they kind of treat everyone, obviously you're going to have certain guys like CM Punk and Kenny Omega and like the big guys, Bryan Danielson, Jon Moxley. They're going to get a little bit more of a pop. Right. But the fans really do have a lot of appreciation, even for some of the lower tier guys. And that's what I can appreciate. And, if you put out a good match, even if you're not a big name, that's what it's about. That crowd interaction and giving you the feels. And like I said, you get a little bit more high risk wrestling in AEW. But I'm hoping that Triple H recognizes that, so that way we can get, kind of a nice like Monday Night Wars thing where we have some really good competition where I'm actually watching both and I'm really loving both again. Because that's what I want. I want to be able to love both again. So that's facts. Forever Ed in the building. What to do? Holly Hundo in the building. How are you? How are you? How are you? Said, I don't get why people really, really like Eddie Kingston or Orange Cassidy. They don't got it. The fact, that's for you, right? But the thing is, the reason why we like those guys is because Eddie Kingston is real. It's about being genuine and real. And if you've actually watched the Eddie Kingston story, which I assume you haven't, he's been suicidal. He's almost killed himself a couple times. You know what I mean? He's gone through a lot of stuff, in his life. He's that kind of guy, that Bronx, New York personality. So yeah, maybe he's not the most talented wrestler, but he's good on the mic, and people respect someone that's genuine and real. That's why people like me, if you are genuine and real, people like that. So even though he might not have the most muscular body, But for you, you might only see it from your perspective. But from AEW fans, we see it based on, he's just a real dude, and people can appreciate real. Real recognizes real. Yeah, you don't got the muscles, but he's great on the mic. He's got a great personality. And as far as Orange Cassidy is concerned, the reason people like him is because, he can incorporate, some of those little soft kicks and punches, and it gives you a little bit of comedy, when you're watching the wrestling, but it's unique. It's different. There's no one like Orange Cassidy in wrestling. That's why we like him. So maybe you couldn't recognize that because you're not really invested in AEW, but that's exactly why we love those guys. Orange Cassidy is unique. He's different, and you might not understand, you know what I mean? But now maybe since I've told you that, you can kind of get it. But that's the reason people like Eddie Kingston, is because, he is real, he's genuine, and like I said, he's gone through a lot, and he's a great shit talker on the mic. And so for the things that he doesn't have this, but he's got the microphone skills, and he's real. And Orange Cassidy is just unique. And sometimes when you're unique, that's what the fans are drawn to. Does that make sense? So that's why people love those guys, instead of guys like maybe, the guys that you like that have the muscles. So you learn something new. You know what I mean? You could teach me something more about WWE, even though I've been watching them for, 35 years. So, I'm pretty in tune, and I still follow, but I just don't follow Raw, SmackDown, and NXT throughout the whole show. So, but, that's why we're invested. I think AEW fans are more invested in the behind the scenes. We're more invested on the wrestlers that, are when they're not wrestling, like what's going on, you know what I mean? With WWE, it's like, what's going on in the ring, but I don't know if a lot of WWE fans really follow their favorites like outside of wrestling, and a lot of AEW fans do. Darby's nice, dude, especially for being that small, and he's taken some incredible bumps. Obviously, if you ended up seeing that match when it was Darby versus Jeff Hardy, when he ended up going off the top of the ladder onto like fucking 20 chairs. There's certain guys that won't do that, and obviously he's one of them. 107 in donos, baby. Yeah, and we do a lot of wrestling on the channel: AEW, WWE, ROH, Impact, NJPW. I usually will buy the pay-per-views, or we'll get someone like Air Whitey that will buy it, and then we'll watch a replay. Ooh, look at this. And these two guys are two of the most athletic guys in wrestling right now. Dante Martin, as well as Sammy Guevara. And even though these guys might not be known heavy in WWE circles, I would rather watch these guys in a heartbeat than 90% of the roster in WWE. And if these guys were in WWE, I would say the same thing. I would rather watch these type of guys rather than some of the guys that maybe have the look, but I want to see athleticism. That's always what it's been for me. Unique moves and high-flying moves, inverted suplexes, inverted DDTs, inverted brain busters. I just like to see something that I haven't seen before. And usually that's rare, because we've watched so many thousands of hours of wrestling from the 80s till now. So, yeah, I'm in the process of trying to watch that too, but I haven't watched it yet, but I may watch it tonight. Sammy! Oh, cutter! Off the top. Let's go. Dante Martin's got a lot of potential too. He's so athletic. Oh, shit. Right to the face. 1, 2, 3. Ring the bell. All right, I need to go clean up this shit because I think the dog just did something horrible in the other room. She's right here next to me. So I'll give me 1 second and I'll go grab a beer. And then obviously, shout out to Megan. Obviously, we had Mr. Williams at the beginning of the stream yesterday, dropped a $100 donation, right within the first 30 seconds. Megan from Australia dropped 100 before the stream even started. So shout out to you transitioning yourself into obviously one of the GOATs. I appreciate you with your support. And obviously, we know KJ Wright obviously retired after 11 long seasons. And I had to give you a little bit of KJ Wright love and a little Largent love as well. Shout out to you. All right, let me go grab. So let's look at the Sammy Guevara for a second. and let me go grab a beer and clean up this poo. It's a poo party. It's a poo party. Well, I have the door closed because it's been 100 degrees every day. So once in a while in the morning, I'll keep it open when it's late at night, and she'll go, pee or poo on the back deck. But I have towels laid out by the door just because I want to keep it cool in here with the AC. So if I got to smell poo for a little bit, yeah, I don't mind. It's, usually it's just on a towel and I can grab it real quick and flush it. All right, give me a sec.
I've heard that name in a couple months. Where have you been, Brian? I know where I've been. I've been in the ring every single week, getting sharper, getting better. Have you? Have you been getting sharper? Have you been getting better? Or have you been working on your garden with your wife and your kids? Brian, I'm fresh, I'm sharp. And if you hesitate for a moment tonight, I'm going to take advantage of it. I'm going to send you on vacation with your family even. And after that, they're going to be calling Daniel Garcia the greatest technical sports entertainer in the world. More Dynamite still to come. The return to the ring of Bryan Danielson, the American Dragon. He will go one-on-one with Daniel Garcia in our main event here tonight on Dynamite. Fight for the Fallen in support of Oceana.org. And what a match this is going to be. Welcome to Kingsman.
Which one's your favorite?
I'm going to go with Josh.
Yes. I'm sorry, but what? I was talking about the types of chicken.
Come on, you know I love all my chickens. He's a really sweet kid, though.
Did you just fist bump?
Wow. You have 4 phones. Well, to get the best price, you need at least 4 lines. I actually buy everything in bulk.
At US Cellular, you can get 1 line for $29. Just 1 line.
1 line for $29. With unlimited data.
With unlimited data. It's like buying bulk without the bulk. At US Cellular, we put you first with unlimited data for just $29 per line, even just 1. So when I call, which one of these rings? Only at US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless.
Do you want to be a better investor? Public.com is an investing platform that helps you build, grow, and manage your portfolio easier than ever before. With Public's powerful tools, you can control how you invest. You can seamlessly view and track your performance, create a customized investing strategy, and invest in stocks, ETFs, and crypto all in one place. Get the tools you need to build a better portfolio. Sign up and get up to $300 to invest on Public.com. One bite of 100% Angus beef plus heart Hello, summer. Oh yeah, it's barbecue season. Behind every great hero, consider that. Well, we're just a bunch of sharks at best. But you're stronger than you think. That seemed incredibly painful. I just cabled my pits. Super Pets, rated PG, Friday. Ken Pickett, the new All-American Club. That's a club I want to join. Let's hear from Simone.
Chuck, that's a club I want to join.
I literally just said, I like those better than you. The new Subway series. What's your pick?
If you shop at Walmart, you get it. You know how to spend a little less to get a little more, to make life a little better. This
This past Saturday night, ROH Death Before Dishonor Hype Fest, where my man. Wait. Something I don't want to talk about Death Before Dishonor. Even though Samoa Joe won with an illegal choke, I'd rather talk about more.
All right, I'm back.
Like the unfinished business.
Had to clean up some poo and get a beer. Paisley's right here with me now. Hi. Want to come in here? Come in here and hang out with Dad. Hi. Come in here and hang out with Dad.
What? What? You guys doing? You're gonna talk about us like we're not 6 feet away wearing tie-dye suits? Fellas, you know, our dance card Friday night for Rampage is looking pretty empty, and you know your boys like to dance. He means wrestle, and we don't mean you, Sanjay, because
Yeah, sometimes you have to, dig a little deeper, with the psychology in wrestling, and also to look at, different types of wrestlers. And, it's like, when everyone used to paint their face and everyone had a gimmick. So obviously sometimes it's a gimmick thing. So Orange Cassidy, it's a gimmick and it's unique. It's different. Eddie Kingston is just real. And that's why that, outsiders that don't know who he is can talk, crap or whatever, or they don't want to understand why. But if you dig a little bit deeper or these certain guys, that's the reason why people like those guys. Jungle Boy, another one who I love. And the reason I love Jungle Boy too, and I've already said it before, is that I have a really strong relationship with my dad. And, knowing that Luke Perry was his dad and his dad died and is no longer, with them, I can always root for somebody that had a strong connection with their dad, and he doesn't have his dad anymore in his life. And I can always root for someone like that. And like I said, everyone's got different reasons why they root for somebody or that they like somebody. But anyone that's got a father-son combo, and whether they're alive now or not, I definitely can relate because just the special relationship that I have with my dad. And Jungle Boy, is he the best wrestler? No. Is he best on the mic? No. With the whole Luchasaurus and the Jungle Express, some people get it, some people don't. But I really like him a lot, just based off his story. A lot of heartache, a lot of tears. And like I said, there's a reason why, people like Jungle Boy. Got a really cool theme song. And Jungle Boy is one of those guys that's really easy to root for. That's facts.
disparaging remarks from Christian Cage. Finally, Jungle Boy, you're out here to respond. Obviously, there's a lot on your mind. Give us the response.
Yeah, he had a homer today, didn't he? Yeah, I see he's talking shit back to Christian Cage.
Christian Cage, you are the biggest pussy I've ever
Oh, that's funny. He said, "You're the biggest pussy I've ever met." Oh, they always let him talk on AEW too, and that's probably why they had to go a little PG-13, to obviously WWE. Promos are better on AEW too. If you've watched the AEW promos in the last 6 months to a year, they're definitely more controversial and they're definitely more entertaining.
talk all sorts of bullshit about my entire family. And congratulations, buddy.
Like I said, I used to watch Beverly Hills 90210 and, some of those shows, and not religiously, but, if you were a kid growing up, shit was on. Sometimes you would watch that, Melrose Place and other shows that were on Fox. I mean, I was more of like a Married with Children guy. So sometimes I just had to wait for other programs just to get over with so I could watch like Married with Children late at night and whatnot. But Jungle Boy's story is, I will always root for someone like that. And I could just imagine, Luke Perry in heaven just shining down and looking down on his son. And, and I've seen, videos and photos of Jungle Boy at like 8 years old with Luke Perry, like front row for Monday Night Raw, back in the day, and the connection that he had with his dad. And like I said, it's just like the connection that I have with you guys and that you guys have with me. It's special. And when you have that connection, it's definitely something that you can easily root for. So, and like I said, and I don't mind smaller wrestlers. A lot of guys in WWE, are big. They're steroids. They're just, they're roided out, right? But I'd rather have a guy that's a little smaller, that's better on the mic, rather than someone that just has the look. Anybody can be a wrestler, but how good are you on the microphone? Not very many. And just like people here on YouTube or Twitch. Anybody can do a YouTube channel, but how many are actually great on the mic? Not very many. You know, there's people that have great presentation, great thumbnails, you know what I mean? But it's like I said, it's just one of those things. If you're good on mic for either phone sales, for a wrestler, YouTube or Twitch host, whatever it is, but when you're great, it stands out. And I really do appreciate these younger guys and these smaller guys that might not have the physical look, but they have all the other intangibles, and that's what I love. Because I know a lot of people didn't believe in Jungle Boy, when he was, like in the indie circuit, he's too small, just because your dad was Luke Perry, he's not around anymore. He can't support you. I mean, even though we know Luke Perry's looking down on him, and obviously, and I can always tell when he is like showing appreciation to his dad. You can kind of tell when he looks up and, when he does certain little mannerisms and things, you can tell like how close that relationship was and still is to this day. And the shit like that is meaningful to me. Yep. They let him freestyle way more on AEW for sure. Nice. That's awesome. Absolutely.
Watching my tears fall into the dirt and turning into mud. Whoa. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Give me a second here. I don't mean to interrupt your time here, Jungle Boy. Something real quick I just want to say. Talking about Luchasaurus being your best friend, that was a big mistake, Luchasaurus, because you saw in the past few weeks where I could guide you. You were walking through people left and right. Your future was nothing but main events and gold for days, but you threw it all away to remain Jungle Boy's lapdog. Now, Jungle Boy, you think I ran away from you last week because I was scared? You got it all wrong. I ran away because I was scared of what I was going to do to you if I stayed. Because you see, Jungle Boy, you think that one man can jiggle. You think that hurt? You think that hurt? You ain't seen nothing yet. And it's apropos that you're wearing that leather jacket that I draped over your lifeless body. Because the next thing I drape over you is going to be a body bag. And you don't have to worry about me disrespecting your dearly departed father anymore, Jungle Boy. No, you can kick up some dirt and cozy up right beside him. You might have the monster, Jungle Boy, but I still have the advantage because you told me all your secrets. Now I'm going to pray on you.
Oh, God, I love her so much. Sometimes she won't let me pick her up because she wants to run away. But, a lot of times, like, we'll snug and stuff. And she likes that physical contact. She likes to be able to snug, like, in my arm or near my legs. Like, she's, it's all about just that connection that we have with each other. And I think my girlfriend's kind of pissed that, like, it used to be her as, like, the number one. But I spend the most time with her. I'm the one that walks her every day. I'm the one that does the most maintenance and everything. So it's not a surprise that, she loves me the most, but she still loves the other people in the household. That's for damn sure. She knows, who's who in the house, but she knows who daddy is for sure. Yes. Best of luck with that. The Paisley pup. Oh, now probably 50 to 55 pounds. I think when we got her to get her fixed, she was 51. When we got her, she was 5. So, and her birthday is next month. So we'll do a birthday stream for her, and then we'll raise money, obviously, on that particular stream. Obviously, for toys and things like that.
What a night we are having here at the DC Center. They are jam-packed here
All right, hold on one sec. Just people messaging me here real quick. Yeah, but I think somewhere between 50 to 60 pounds, probably 51 to 55. We don't have a scale here, but I would assume that's what it is. All right, what do we got here next? All right, Paisley's sitting down there just chilling. Yeah, time flies. I mean, I'm, having her just as a little baby during the Grossi stream. But, to be honest, like ever since the Grossi stream happened and then to where we're at now, and especially it's like when you hang out with people every day, when sometimes you don't see your friends for like months at a time or like once a couple weeks, when you're actually spending time every day, 4, 5, 6 hours a day, getting to know someone and getting to know other people in the room. I feel I've known all you guys like forever. You know what I mean? Like, even though it's only been, since January, since I've been full time, doing these long streams. And then since, October, when the raid happened, and then Holly came over and we had a few other people that came over from the Grossi raid. But since October and even since January, the amount of time spent with the goats in the room, I feel like it's been a long time. I feel like the amount of time that we've spent and the knowledge and the things that we know about each other, I feel it's like almost been years, even though it's only been like, 6 months to a year. It's crazy. Yes. Sploot. Oh, wow. 20 pounds. Wow. Said I joined during the raid and I haven't looked back since. Seriously. And, and I have a really good relationship with a lot of you guys outside the stream. I would say there's probably 10 people that I talk to like daily or like on a regular basis. You know what I mean? To say, hey, how are you? Or we'll exchange sports or wrestling things, articles, pictures, memes. You know what I mean? And I never did that before, but you just, when you have that connection with people, it's nice to be able to have those bonds and to be able to talk outside the streams. But I feel like I've known a lot of you guys for a fucking long, long time. That's facts. Well, at least you were one of the ones that joined and subbed and didn't take your sub back like Holly, and I appreciate that. For the other 300 or 400 that subbed and then took their sub away, over a couple weeks to a month period, more than likely we'll get some of those people back. But I mean, if you're just subbing to look good for Grossi and then, after a little bit you're just unsubbing, then you're probably not right for this channel anyways. You know what I mean? It's not for clout or anything like that. It's like we actually have something special here. And I think a lot of those people that probably unsubbed didn't realize that. But I mean, if we end up doing this collab in week 3 or maybe in the playoffs, those people will be back, even though I probably don't need those people here, but maybe some will, recognize that we actually have something special here. It's not just the Grossi Posse that's got a great channel. There's other channels that are great too. So, and great communities as well, for sure. And I appreciate you. And I appreciate you. Said I am the guy that subs and unsubs, but the energy kept me here. And that's one thing. If you go back and watch the Grossi raid, there was literally not one person that said something bad about me. And that's rare, because usually when a Grossi raid, there's always going to be someone saying something, you know what I mean? Or if someone says, like something of like collabing, together and they're not good enough to collab, or, you know what I mean? There's always going to be certain comments, but there really wasn't any negative comments. And a lot of the people were like to him that you should collab with, this guy. And that was very heartfelt, because obviously I feel that we would make a great team collabing in a stream, and I'm excited to see if that opportunity comes to fruition, which I think it will. And like I said, he doesn't need me, right? And obviously his fan base knowing about me would be awesome, just to get more eyes, and obviously a lot of the stuff that he likes, I like too. So, but I appreciate that. All right, one sec here.
Unfold the possibilities of Akita's cordless outdoor power equipment. The rear-wheel drive delivers the torque to tackle uneven terrain. It's instant power without the hassles of gas. This 21-inch self-propelled lawnmower cuts non-stop for up to half an acre. Reach speeds of 116 miles per hour with a blower. One system, endless possibilities. Now get 2 extra free batteries. Grilled cheese double burger with 3 slices of cheese. So, could you ever overachieve? Can you overachieve? No, not overachieve.
All right. Okay. Time for a beer. Yeah, but I'll do a top 10 video tomorrow. We'll do more than likely, we'll do wide receivers unless I do a poll. And if I do a poll in the morning, then we can kind of see what people want. But we've done quarterback and running back already. So I could just kind of do them in order and just do wide receivers and then tight ends, offensive line, and just group that like all as one. Unless we went really, guards, tackles, centers, we could do that. D tackles, D ends. We can separate the O line and the D line to really, dive deep. So that way it's not just like the best couple tackles, the best couple guards, and the best couple centers. But I think people would be interested to see like who is the 5th best center? Like who are the best besides the ones that we kind of know of as like the top 2, so maybe we'll end up doing it by position. I don't have a problem doing that. And then coaches, OCs, DCs. So we have a lot of videos to do. So just with that being said, wide receiver, tight end, guard, center, tackle, D tackle, DN, linebacker, safety, corner, coaches, OC, DC, and then not let alone teams or offenses. So we're going to have at least 13 to 15 different videos before the season starts that'll go over that. But if there's anything in particular you guys want to go over, but I think I'm going to do wide receivers tomorrow. So I'll start doing the research. I already have an idea who my top 10 is, but I'm going to go look at the stats and I'm going to look at the schedule and I'm going to look at who the new coaches are, all the little, tidbits of information to see who I think might have a better season than they did, maybe last year. So of course you got guys like Devontae Adams and Cooper Kupp. I could easily have them 1-2, but I really do like Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. So I have to decide if I want to put those guys at the top or Adams or Cooper Kupp or mingle them in a little bit and then Tyreek at 5. And then after that, then it's kind of like up for grabs 6 through 10 because you got guys like Keenan Allen and Mike Evans and a lot of other guys that, are going to be in the mix. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to doing that. So wide receiver top 10 video will be tomorrow. And I appreciate that. I know some people are fickle. That's like usually people on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. But YouTube is fickle. People, will sub and then they unsub. It's like one of those things. It's like just based off their mood or whatever. People very fickle with subs. It's like it's the hardest platform to gain and retain subs. YouTube for sure. Yes. Yeah, and a lot of us in here, like Odin's son, me and Sarah, we always loved it, since the 80s. But Air is definitely the professional because he watches everything. We usually just watch AEW and WWE with a little bit of ROH, Impact, and NJPW sprinkled in. But Air does everything, so we can appreciate that. And it's always good to have an expert about something, like Holly and Odin and Chief Will Chief and Cyberpunk Chiefs. Sarah with the Colts. Me with the NFL and wrestling and Air with wrestling and all the other sports with Bucks and obviously the Packers and the Brewers, but especially wrestling. So it's nice to have, experts in a little bit of, different things. So that way we can all come together and learn off each other for sure. Right. Yeah. They've been selling out a lot. But I just go to Safeway by my house, and usually they have them. But I decided to go with Coronas because if they only have orange, I'm not going to drink a bunch of orange. That's the one that's the worst. Lime and orange are like okay. I can have like one, but maybe two at the max. But I think with the mango and the pineapple, I could have 2, 3, 4, 5. But I'm trying to lose weight, so I'm not trying to drink as much. So like I bought a 12-pack a couple days ago, and I still have like half. So it's like I'm only trying to drink a couple a night. You know what I mean? I'm trying to exercise, and I've already lost like 10 or 12 pounds. So I feel good. This is the best I've felt in my probably life, actually. I feel really, really good besides maybe in my early 20s. So I feel pretty good with everything. Bush apple. I heard it was good. There was another guy that came in here that was talking about the Bush apple limited edition was good. And I'll drink ciders and IPAs and other stuff once in a while, but I just like the Modelo Cheladas, mango, pineapple, and then Corona with lime. If I'm going to drink beer, that's typically the route that I'm going to go. So training camp has been fun. If you're an NFL fan, you're watching all the teams and seeing who's injured, who's healthy, who's getting good reps. But yeah, I definitely have enjoying NFL Network. I've been watching a lot ever since, as soon as I end the streams, I'm always, getting into the reading and the film and checking out what I have on my DVR and some of the stuff that I might have missed from earlier in the day. So.
Championship coming up next here tonight on AEW Dynamite. Fight for the ball, Thunder Rosa, and the #1 ranked Yulia Mosca, and still to come in our main event, the return of
All right, I get Bryan Danielson and Daniel Garcia here in a second. All right, no, nothing on the Cash App yet, but I imagine we'll get some before the stream ends. I'm not too worried about it. We'll get there. Yeah, things are expensive. Like I went to Chipotle today, getting like, lunchtime, lunch, get a burrito bowl. That's usually what I like to get, get the black beans and then the rice and the chicken and then the queso and then the guac and the sour cream and the pico and the lettuce, all that. So, that's over $20. And I got $20 of gas. That probably only filled up a quarter of tank. And then I had to get a bag of dog food, and the dog food's like $21 for a small bag. That's usually gone in a couple days. And I usually get her, we did chicken and rice, but that was irritating her skin. So we switched it over to lamb, and they don't have it like on a consistent basis. So it's like, that's the one Petco that's by my house that has it. There's two close to me. One has it, one doesn't. And then I had to switch it in. We had to do one with lamb and oatmeal. But ever since she started eating this one that has oatmeal that's better for her digestive tract, her farts have been horrific. She has just been farting a storm with this new food, but it is what it is. She's happy. So. Bye-bye. Jameson Meza in the building. People love to have multiple user IDs. You notice that? It's like one time if you have to cancel somebody out, then they create another one, and then they create another one, and then they create another one. People can't go away. They just love to keep coming back. Jameson Meza with a $5. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 bang. Who do you want to see, Jameson? You got a player on the defense like Landry that you want me to pull up, or an old school player, or a Braves player? Who do you want me to pull up? Dave Justice, Ron Gant, Landry. Who do you want? You've been donating a couple times in the stream. Let me get you something on here. I appreciate you very much. Duh. And especially if you say something like that. Yeah, he actually sent me a message on Instagram, like a big long, like 4 or 5 paragraph type of thing or whatever and stuff. And like, I don't mind, I'm not personally, I don't like to get heated or get overly worked up, with people. I got to pick and choose who I engage with on the streams. So I'm going to be better at that. Sometimes it makes a good stream, but sometimes it gets to the point where it's too much energy You know what I mean? Where some people get uncomfortable. And like I said, I just have a lot of passion and energy, and I don't have to have everyone agree with me. Like obviously with Bird Gang, he was in here. He has wrestlers that he likes. I got guys that I like. You know what I mean? And we can agree to disagree. You know, but when you're also going to flood the chat with spam, and you know what I mean? Like there has to be some type of kind of like chat etiquette, and sometimes I need to be better too. You know what I mean? And sometimes I need to be better as well, and sometimes we just need to be better as a group, but I need to be better sometimes also. So, you know, and like I said, I like to engage and I like to be able to talk, but just because you don't agree with me, it doesn't mean that, you know, like you're in a timeout or you're banned, but it just depends on what you're sending me on Twitter or Instagram or in the chat, or what you're saying about me or the mods, or just how it's going. But sometimes it's just nice, to have people in the room where we can have a good conversation, but sometimes the conversations turn heated. And I don't necessarily like that. It can make for a good show. It can be entertaining, kind of like a Skip and Shannon. You can go back and forth, but sometimes it gets a little out of hand, and sometimes I'm at fault for that, but I'm just really passionate about sports, and that's just how I've always been. So, but I will be better at engaging people that aren't regulars. So if you're a regular, you already know who I am and who, you are, and we're going to be good. But when you get someone that, even if they've been sub for years, depending on if, they are a regular or if, they're toxic or not, then we just have to be able to figure out if this person is worth having in the room and if it's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. And we go from there. So, but I can admit, sometimes I go overboard, sometimes people in the chat go overboard and whatnot. I'm just extremely passionate and like I said, with what I do here, this is not for fun. This is my legacy. So there is a lot of passion involved with me. I think you guys know that. So. Yeah. Well, the best chance that they had was last year to at least win a game. They wouldn't have won the next game, but the Niners, that should have been a game that they should have won. But coaching is everything. 112. Let's get to 2. We can do it. And like I said, I didn't mind his, Cowboys opinions, but you can tell sometimes when people only focus on their team and no one else. You know what I mean? And sometimes that gets annoying. It's like, talking to someone that doesn't really know as much, and that's fine if you don't know as much. But when you get those people that, try to cause drama and, and then they just want to be the center of attention. And then it takes away from the other people that I want to interact with on the chat. So I will be better on who I decide to engage with as we move forward on this channel. So Das Boot. The Das Boot. And I already knew it was him. But then saying something like Davi's the best. I mean, way to single yourself out there, dude. Boom. Yep. Ooh, Italian ice. $3 holla. Same guy from yesterday. Thank you, Sarah. What do you guys want to see? What do you guys want? Sarah, what do you want to see? Name a player you want to see for your dono. And Jameson, give me a player that you want to see. It could be any sport. It could be a TV show, movie. I don't care. Food, whatever you guys want. Jose, how you doing, dude? You got any good dad jokes for me? You got any food that your kids have made for you? What's going on with you today? A lot of people like to be able to go one-on-one with me. You know what I mean? It happens all the time. But a lot of times it's someone that's, 12, 13 to 20. It's always the younger crowd that wants to go one-on-one. You know what I mean? And either be the center of attention or to try to maybe impress the room by going one-on-one with me. And like I said, we can agree to disagree, but sometimes takes are just nowhere near being correct. And it's just like you're just trying to get attention and stir the pot up. That's facts. People want attention. I get it, Chipper Jones. Yes, let's do it. Beer Fest or Super Troopers? Ooh, I like both, but I'll go Super Troopers. And you want Albert Pujols and you want Chipper Jones. Love it. Let me do it. Hold on. Let me get you guys. And that's why this stream is interactive too, because I can pull up photos of whoever the hell I want, but I think it's nice to be able to engage with the fans, right? To be able to be like, okay, well, what do you want? You know what I mean? This is my stream, but it also is your guys' stream. It really is, because if you think about it, what other stream lets the fans interact with the host where we can literally talk about anything and request something and you can get it? I mean, without even donating. If you donate, obviously I'm going to go the extra mile, but I don't really think there's another stream out there that's like this. And I think it's really special because you guys are just as important to this stream as myself. And in certain cases, you guys are more important because the vibe and the people that you are in the room, I couldn't be more proud of having the people that I have a part of this channel like you guys. I'm very serious about that. It really makes me proud to know that even though I'm losing subs and I'm losing views and YouTube's not helping me out really that much, but it's all about quality over quantity, and I want to be able to keep the vibe of the room, that integrity intact. And if that means that it takes me longer to get to 20,000 subs, so be it. If that means that I have to be at 20 people in the room or less instead of 50, so be it. We will get there. It's just, we want to be selective on what we have here. So here, I got a couple chippers for you. Hold up. Obviously, I did your little King Henry there. Let's delete the King Henry for now, and I'll make room for a couple chipper photos, and then we'll end up getting some others as well. So we'll do 3 chippers. We got this chipper. We got him pointing to the NWSF. Oh, there they are. Those are the goats. There's Jameson Meza, my #1 fan. There he is. And then we got Chipper, obviously, after he just hit a homer. And then we got another Chipper.
As the dad cab, it's my key to help protect them.
Embrace this phase. Help protect them in the next. Ask their doctor about HPV vaccinations.
There you go, bud. I got you. Chippa. 3 chippers for Jameson Meza. Chip. Hooray. I got you. All right. Next up. Let's see here. And then you want Albert Pujols. Great selection. Do you care if it's Cardinals or Angels, or do you want to specifically see only Cardinals? Because I can find more Angels in HD. The Cardinal stuff's a little harder to find in HD, but I'll do whatever you want. So you let me know. You want to do Cardinals specifically? What's good, sports freak? Nice. You didn't go to training camp today, did you? I think you would have. You messaged me if you would have. But I sent you and Odin and obviously Cyberpunk, obviously the nice photo that the Chiefs posted for their training camp photo. That's what I figured. Yeah, Chipper isn't playing anymore. He played in the early 90s.
Watch out for that strike. Thunder Rosa can lose the title here. Midsection by Thunder Rosa. Yamashita stopped in her tracks. Thunder Rosa looking at that firefighter driver. These ladies having trouble of gaining momentum and building. That might do it right there. Getting started.
But that trio with Albert, and Albert. Now that'll be exciting. Dylan in the building. What to do? How are you, bro? Cool photo. You switched your photo up. That's sweet. I like it. Sports freaks. And one thing I dislike about Saints fans, they say nobody supports NOLA Sports, which they are people that supports NOLA Sports. Oh, okay. Okay. No worries. Well, I hope everything's okay. Air Whitey. For sure. Bang, bang, bang. I got you. Let me throw Julio up for just temporary. Julio homered back-to-back, which was amazing, especially today's game when we were down, and then he hit a 3-run bomb. That was amazing. Let me get you your guy here.
It was a war, but Thunder Rosa retains the AEW Women's World Championship. There's only one Thunder Rosa. Great win here tonight. A great show of respect. Yeah, we need to respect our own players. Coming up this Friday at AEW Rampage, Fanatics on TNT versus Sign Up versus Leroy Hardy. Ethan Page and Leon Ruffin will run it back one-on-one. Once it is official, Anna Jay.
I got it from today too. 2 3-run homers today that you mentioned. I got it, bro. I got you. And I believe this is from today too. Sometimes I can't find them from today unless they post a bunch, but also finding the right size. If it's HD, is it going to fit the screen? Is it going to look good? You know, I have a reputation to live up to, so I got you. And this is from today, I believe. So I got you, man. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I got you, bro. I feel like I've known Air Whitey for like 10 years. Let's go. Appreciate you, bro. $2 holla. 117. Let's go. Oh, that's not good. All right, so you have to watch the kids, obviously, so they don't get it. So you're having to obviously do a little bit more responsibility wise, it sounds like. So well, I hope things get better. I'm not so you're not with the mom anymore, it sounds like. So you guys are like split up now. Yeah, sorry to hear that, bro. Well, he's growing on everybody. I mean, they're talking about a guy that, you know, when you end up watching, you know, the Mariners, like if you end up watching, right? So it's like either you watch the Mariners and, oh, nice. American Horror Stories, the new ones are on. I don't know if you guys watch that. Me and the girlfriend watch that. It's good. But Julio, being a guy that we drafted in 2019, it took him a couple years to come up. But when he got hurt after the obviously home run derby, he missed like 2 or 3 games, and we sucked. We didn't have anything. Then he comes back into the lineup, first inning, right, leadoff hitter, bang, hits a homer to set the tone. We win the game yesterday. Today's homer was in the 8th inning when we were already down a couple runs. He hit a 3-run homer, and it ended up winning the game for us. I mean, the impact of Julio and J-Rod Mania is legit. Like, this is the first guy, even bigger than Ichiro, bigger than Edgar Martinez. Like, we're talking Ken Griffey Jr., Julio Rodriguez. I mean, that's really what it is. If you look at the numbers, I mean, it's the second coming of Griffey, and I couldn't be more happy. He really is the savior for us in the Northwest. I mean, obviously we don't have, the Sonics here, right? And with Seahawks and Russ, he's not there. So if you're looking for a figure besides Damian Lillard to look up to, we got one. And I'm just so happy that we have someone like this. And not only is he good, he's like great. Like, he's going to end up being a top 5 player, moving forward for many, many years. And he's going to bring a lot of excitement to baseball. He always brings the heat. Love you, Julio. You're my dude. You are my dude. Bang, bang, bang. Holly, Hundo. Appreciate you very, very much. See what we can find here. I appreciate you very, very much. It's a fire photo. Tommy, 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 Tommy. There it is. From her?
Yeah, so I just cleaned it up and that's what the towels right now. So I'm just
Okay.
I just
Yeah, I've been monitoring her. She's been in here with me most of the time. Yeah, that's probably what it was. And I saw a little bit too on the bed, like on the corner. So I think she lifted up too much and she got sick from it. So.
Well, again, this stuff is forever. It's not going to digest. That's good for us to know. If she eats something, we just know she's going to.
Yeah, I just don't want her to get sick. So I like that.
No, that's the animal's reaction.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're not going to get sick.
Okay.
Because they're going to poop.
Okay.
I just want to know
Okay.
the towels are in the water.
Okay. Okay. All right, American Dragon, Bryan Danielson. His hair looks a little bit longer. He looks like a stud. This is one of my favorites of all time. Love Bryan Danielson. Jon Moxley's idol is Bryan Danielson. So that says a lot. He's almost like Drew Brees or Russell Wilson. As far as like a short wrestler, he is one of the best ever. Just like Drew Brees and Russell Wilson are 2 of the best short quarterbacks of all time. Oh, he looks good. He looks healthy and he looks good. Blackpool Combat Club. Let's go. Yes. I've been waiting to watch this. Woo! Let's go. Yes. Ooh, he landed stiff there. Love Bryan Danielson. He can be a heel. He can be a face. I mean, he is over. And what I mean by over is, you can ask Air Whitey, is like when the crowd reacts to anything that you do, your intro music, whenever you talk, whenever you do anything, that's when you know you're over. And that's when they love you, regardless if you're a good guy or a bad guy, a heel or a face. Heels are bad guys. Faces are good guys in wrestling. And there's not a lot of people that have a reaction like Bryan Danielson, The Rock, Stone Cold. Those are other guys that are really over in wrestling. $10 holla. Brian Danielson, let's go.
Absolutely, Jim. It's been a long time since the very first AEW World Champion wore that gold around my waist, and now it's my chance. I'm on fire as well. I'm hot right now, Jim. I'm at the peak of my game. Nick Breaker, like Garcia comes here. That point, Mr. Ron said he wants the last spot on a hot dungeon. I faced that guy, okay? My very first match at the ECW Arena was against Taz. That's right, and I said that out loud. So be careful when you look for that Chris Jericho. It's coming up in 2 weeks. AEW Dynamite, right by the lake live from Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's our target. Jericho versus Moxley for the World Championship.
There we go. Appreciate you. $10 holla. Tommy. Appreciate you very, very much, as always. Bang, bang. Me likey. Donos. Yeah, I hope everything goes good with your kids, man. I bet. Oh, wow. That drop kick to the face was stiff. There's a guy in the front row wearing a box on his face. He's in the front row with a box with eye holes in the front row. Oh, my God. Megan's back at it. $2 holla. Let me see if I can get you another KJ Wright. That's a good one with Pete. A little Steve. Let's see if I can get you another KJ Wright since he retired today. That's going to be tough. Russell Wilson, right? Bobby Wagner, now KJ Wright. Like all the faces. Like now it's going to be like all new people trying to lead the team. But I do like Walker a lot at running back. So that is something really to look forward to. And obviously DK and Tyler get to the door and lock it. Those guys are studs. I'm just worried that DK might leave. So if he leaves, then you still got Lockett, but you're going to need to replace that. Oh, I got you. Oh yeah, it does look cool there too. We appreciate you. Yeah, Megan started off the stream off to a really good note. Big $100 donation, her biggest to the channel. And obviously, you might have some extra spending money, but that could have been money to go towards your trip. So obviously, you still probably have it budgeted out. But I do appreciate that you were willing to sacrifice some of your spending money for yourself to, enjoy yourself, food, and the cost of airfare and everything else to be able to support the brand. And obviously I always message people either during the stream, before the stream, or after to show my gratitude. And I appreciate you very much. There we go. Appreciate you. $129, baby. Oh, really? Woo, that would be exciting. Yeah, of course, you got to be able to interact with Julio. I mean, and think about this. There's not very many YouTubers that have gotten Julio merch. I'm one of the first. And like I said, I already got a ball, and it's already the first year. I'm going to try to get more. I'm going to go see the Yankees on August 10th. We're probably going to get our ass kicked by probably 10 runs. But my goal is to try to get more memorabilia. But we are sitting on third base because my friend wanted to. Preston wanted to sit there. I didn't want to sit there. I wanted to sit on the Mariners side because I know I can get a ball over there or have a good chance to get a ball. If we're on the Yankees side, it's going to be much, much harder because you have to have left-handed hitters to foul it off over there, and there's more righties. So unless it goes up and backwards, which you could still get a right-hander, to hit it over towards the third baseline, but it'll be fun. I'm going to be probably hot as hell, though, and I imagine we're going to be in the sun because we're only like 20 rows back, 15 or 20 rows back. So, ooh, he did. Do you have any details on that? Do we have any details on our guy? With $3 million, good for him. He deserves it. Just like, yeah, there you go. Yes. Yeah, and like you mentioned earlier, the Mahomes contract actually doesn't look that big anymore because as the salary cap goes up every year, anything looks big now, and everyone likes to overreact. Oh my God, Kyler. Oh my God, Lamar when he gets his, right? But then when it goes to like Justin Herbert, Burrow, right? Then you're going to be like, oh shit. And then you're going to be looking at like 50, 60 million a year. It's going to be crazy. I mean, at some point it might end up being like 70 million a year average or like 80. I mean, depending on how much money is coming into the NFL with all the merch. And then if they sign a big deal with Apple or Google, for their platform, billions of dollars to be able to, showcase their product and whatnot. So.
Okay, you know what? I'm in.
Yeah, best tight end in the game, period. Well, he's got back stuff, but I don't think he will. He is he's third generation. You got Cowboy Bob Orton, the dad, and then obviously the grandpa. Orton is not. Orton is going to try to go as long as John Cena or longer. He wants to be able to, his legacy. I mean, he might have talked about it, but I really highly doubt it. I could see Randy going, for another 5 or 10 years, and even if it's only part-time or like once a year type of thing, like the Undertaker at the end of his career, Randy could always do that, but Randy's good enough to be full-time, but it just depends with his back and his body. I don't think he's going to retire anytime soon. Yeah, but sometimes it's legacy. You know what I mean? If you're Randy Orton, you're one of the best in the world. Like John Cena. You know what I'm saying? Why would you walk away if you still have love for it? You can still have a hot wife and great, beautiful kids. But that, if you have a passion for something, it's hard to walk away. You know what I mean? Especially when you're one of the top 5 in the business, even at his age. He always puts on great matches. Can you ever remember Randy Orton putting on a bad match? I can't. That's true. Alejandro. There we go. Hey, I got to make sure I make it entertaining for you guys. And that's the perfect photo to do it. Thank you so much. Bang, bang, bang. It's just too easy for me to not. I have to flex on that one every time. Now, if I actually had muscles to flex, then it would actually be better. Like if I actually had like strong arms and pecs and everything, but I'm working on it. I mean, I've already lost like 10 or 12 pounds, so that's a good sign. I've canceled out a lot of fast food, and I've really been trying to be disciplined and just showing so much love to Paisley and just really trying to, put the pressure on myself to be disciplined as much as I can. So I got you. We got to move the $10 though out of the way so you can see. Got me doing the Hollywood Hogan. That's awesome. That's awesome. Let's throw up some Julio. Julio, and obviously I'm going to have Julio pictures up, just like you like Jim Zorn and Steve Largent. I like Julio and Griffey as much as you guys like those guys, just as much as Holly likes Tommy Townsend. And, Sarah has her favorites as well with Pujols and the Cardinals and the Colts players. But I will always flood the stream with Julio. I just, and the thing is, it's one thing to have a fan, a hood for a player, but you can tell already, even in his rookie year, that this guy already is going to be a superstar, not just a star, but like one of the faces of baseball. And that's pretty rare, for a rookie to have that kind of impact. And there's one guy that had that same kind of impact as a rookie right here. Ken Griffey Jr., my hero, besides my dad. Damn, Daniel Bryan going after it. Bryan Danielson. And then they had the whole yes movement, yes and no, and they still do it here because he's so over. Every time he kicks, yes. Every time he does something, the crowd claps. No, 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 yes, yes, yes. Remember Team Hell No with Kane? Ooh, you sent me some more photos. Ooh. I like it. Oh, I like. Hana Kimura. She's cute. Nice outfit, too. She's got the doomsday face mask on or whatnot. That's cool. She's got a cool look. I'll post that here on the stream. Hold on. That is a cool look. Holly will appreciate that. Yes, we appreciate you. Yes. Starting getting into that GOAT status already. I mean, anybody that donates, more than $20, even $1 is amazing. To be honest, I mean, you have to have gratitude for anyone that's willing to support you. But once you start going 20, 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, I mean, that's rare air. That's definitely very special. Appreciate you. All the Steve. Oh, he does. Awesome. Two. That's awesome that Julio. I mean, Julio's a nice guy. You know what I mean? He's really likable. He really is. He's like one of the most likable MLB superstars. I mean, if you look at his smile and just the way that he interacts with the teammates, I haven't seen someone like this in a long time here in the Northwest. 1, 2, 2. Oh, there we go. So we didn't have anything on the Cash App, but we got 2 big ones. All right. So we got one from Mr. Williams, $62 for mental health. You are the fucking man. I appreciate you so much, man. And that's why we have a good relationship outside of the stream. And Mr. Jose JT with a $5. He said, for Jordan's final shot pick, I got you. Thank you so much. Let me put those in the stream real quick. The like he started with, Tommy Boy, and obviously Tommy like Wingy. And, if you end up watching the movie, there's certain parts of the movie where Obviously, Chris Farley gets all crazy when he's trying to sell the waitress to make the wingy for him, and he kind of loses it. And then he just he ends up trying too hard to sell the brake pads. But then when he goes to the restaurant, after failing with the executives, he just uses his charm, and then the lady opens up the grill after she says it's closed, and Tommy likey wingy. And then, obviously he goes all crazy. And then David Spade's like, that's exactly what you need, just to be yourself and have that natural charm come out. And that's where the likey comes from. We like to have fun here. And if I have a, actor or actress that I like, I mean, you already see the ones that I have: David Spade, Joe Dirt, Chris Farley. There's certain guys, Jim Carrey. There's certain ones that are very special to me. So I like to be able to have those on here. Stranger Things, stuff like that. How the hell did Bryan Danielson lose? Jake Hager, they cheated. That's why. I got Jericho. Let's go. Who is that? Mario Lopez? Thank you guys, both of you. Those are my first two on the Cash App. And obviously, it helps because, like I said, even me just doing one errand today, getting gas, getting Paisley dog food, and getting Chipotle, that was like $60 to $65. So I mean, I try not to eat out too much, but sometimes I want to be able to, eat a little healthier, and sometimes eating Chipotle will be better than eating like burgers and other stuff. So appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. It's Mario Mikulek. It's Orion Lopez. No. That's O-Dog. He said, I thought it was a national trend. We make up a lot of stuff here that's silly. So he said, I thought it was a national trend. Well, maybe it will be. I mean, maybe one day it will be. And obviously, we're doing it for important things like mental health, which is very, very important for Mr. Williams, me, and a lot of us in the room. A lot of us suffer from the same things, and I think that's why our bond is so strong, is that almost everyone that's in the room has gone through some kind of heartache or depression or anxiety or tough times. And when we can support each other genuinely, it really makes the bond even tighter between us. And I think, it's one of those things that not everyone goes through it, but when you can go through it and come out on the other side, and then even sometimes a couple words of how are you? And I like to check up on you guys and make sure that you guys are okay. And especially if I don't hear from you guys once in a while, it makes me a little nervous and stuff. So obviously, Mr. Williams stepping up for mental health. I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I'll get your Jordan pick here in a second. That's a great one. But let's read this off because I already did it at the beginning of the stream. But it's very important to me because this changed my life to a certain degree. When I read this, and it hit home really hard to me. So Jim Carrey said, I believe depression is legitimate, but I also believe if you don't exercise, eat nutritious food, get sunlight, get enough sleep, consume positive material, listen to music, surround yourself with support, you're not giving yourself a fighting chance. And I know I'm a broken record by saying this in every stream, but I think some of us really do need to hear it, including myself. So, I got my favorite movies like Step Brothers and Superbad with McLovin, but it's definitely one of those things, you have to laugh every day. You have to have me time for every day. Remember that. Always make 30 minutes a day for yourself for me time, or watch a movie like this and laugh and, and enjoy life. Life is short. Life is precious. Remember that. And then let me get some Dodgers up for my boy, Mr. Williams. K's all day. Let's go Gonsolin, Mookie, Trey, Freddie, Will, Jake, Max, Gavin, Cody, Trace, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I appreciate you. And let's get a Jordan photo for JT. Now, obviously, this one's, I don't know if that will be duplicated. That's one of the best photos I have in overall. That one's incredible. Let's see what I can get for Jordan. Oh, shit.
Mass destruction looks as dangerous as ever, making mincemeat of every team it's faced on the road to a hopeful repeat. But you better believe there's a storm coming in the form of the Brazilian bazooka Minotaur. Fueled by raw emotion, driver Daniel Freitas has a
And they obviously have the crossover, but the shot. I got all kinds of Jordan stuff.
Does he have what it takes to tank the champs? I dare you to tell him he doesn't.
All right, first let's look at the Jordan rookie card because we can all appreciate that. That's what $25,000 to $30,000 what looks like. Unbelievable. Can't believe I had that. Can't believe I even owned it, to be honest. And it was just a weird feeling owning it. Like, you know, you have something that you own that you know is going to be worth like $100,000. You know, it's like, that's a pretty insane piece of cardboard.
You guys ready? Take it away.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Yeah, Kukoc, you got Rodman, you got Pippen, you got Stockton, you got Malone, you got Hornacek, you got Byron Russell, 98 finals. Look how crisp that is. The basketball photos are so crisp. They're crispy, dude. Straight crispy. We're second place in the wild card. Half game behind Toronto. I like saying that. Jake just sent that to me. Let's go. So all of a sudden I was watching wrestling and now it's battle bots. Guess what? I'm not watching battle bots. He's having a problem. All right, let's see what do we got. Pac-12, Washington State and Utah. Oregon and Oregon State from 98 with Akili Smith. I can watch that. I'm not going to watch battle bots. I mean, maybe if I was stoned, I could watch something like that, but I'd rather watch the Ducks and the Beavers. Or if there's something NFL-wise, I mean, I already watched a lot of NFL Total Access. Let's see what they got. They have Inside Training Camp is on after, but all right, I'm going to watch some NFL. Let's get more NFL action on here. Let's find another Jordan photo. Oh my God, dude, some of these photos are so crispy for Jordan. Like a lot of them, you know, when you get photos, they'll be like 4K or HD, but they're harder to find. And some of them are like almost HD, but they're not. But certain ones, you can tell by the crispiness, like how fire they are. Like you can tell, like this is one of the crispiest fire photos in my gallery. Like look how crispy that is. And that was from the 80s. Obviously, it's like, you know, remastered and whatnot. And it just looks so awesome. And obviously that's in that same category. And I got one more for you from the early 90s. Look at this one, JT. I'm a big fan of Jordan, obviously. So even though I was a Drexler guy and, you know, he ruined things for us, just like the Pistons did with the Bad Boys, where we could have had some championships here in Portland, but it's still not going to take away the fact that Jordan is Jordan. He's a GOAT. No one will ever be better than Jordan, period. So. Look at this one. My goodness. I could just look at Jordan photos all day. This is from 1991. Vlade Divac. Okay. You got Horace Grant, Stacey King, John Paxson in the background. Oh my God. Jordan photos look incredible on the stream. Incredible. I could just literally post over and over and over. Oh my God. They're so good. I got another one. Hold on. Oh my God. These are so epic. And they're so crispy too. So sharp. That was like before he went up with the right hand and then he moved over to the left hand. So it's like a continuation photo. Or maybe a different game. 95-71 is a score there. Can I see 81-67? So different parts of the game. I thought it was the same one, but it's not. As I look at the scoreboard in the background. Fucking awesome, though. JT's like, that's the best $5 I've ever spent. Mr. Williams.
This is a better team than that. They have to show it this year. Yeah, Mooch, I gotta see a little bit more creativity from this offense. You mentioned Kellen Moore, and for our viewers, when I say creativity, I'm not just saying, you know, you line up
$62 holla. Aaron Donald. Appreciate you, bro. Very, very much. JT's like, damn, I didn't know $5 could get that far. And that's great. It's good for me too. It's good for my mental health. And obviously Jordan photos are the best. Yeah. Money goes a lot further here than any other channel. That's facts. He said, I thought it was a national trend. Me like you donos. Yes, appreciate you guys. Yep. Yeah, I try to talk to him, you know, as much as I can just to keep up with him and whatnot. Holly Hundo with a 20. I'll put that up here in a second. I was gonna wait till after the stream was over to message him, but he works a lot, but obviously he's not really in a great place. But let me see here. He's active 1 hour ago. And yeah, I talked to him and about the food that he got. I told him to go get food. It'll make things better. And I said, that food looked crazy good. Have a great day, pimp. And let me see. Hey, bro. I just messaged him. We'll see if he messages back. I'm always going to keep in touch with people, especially when they've gone through some trauma or going through some stuff. And if you're a GOAT and you've supported me, you know, obviously the bond. If I talk to you outside the streams, then obviously that's a pretty special bond. I don't do that with just anybody. I have about 10 people that are in the circle right now that I talk to pretty regularly. Let me throw up this photo. I got this cool photo for you, Holly. The Air Whitey posted for Japanese wrestling. Look at this outfit.
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis persists, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once daily pill. When you see got unpredictable, I got rapid symptoms.
Yeah, songs, photos, movies, TV shows, but songs and photos really can touch a soul. And I think that's, I mean, if I was able to do music while without getting copyrighted or show video, of course I would. You know, I would be putting in so much work as being like a fucking, I have to, be like a video editor, on top of, managing everything in the stream and doing a full-fledged, show and having to be able to talk and manage everything with photos and music. But I could do it. I mean, I'm a multitasking motherfucker, so I can definitely do multiple things at once, no problem. Look at this one, Holly. Look at that outfit. It's got like kind of the doomsday like mask thing going on with the colors. It's got some kind of samurai sword. I like it. Japanese outfits are undefeated. They are so awesome. So much originality. I got 2 more photos of her. Do 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 do. She's pretty. Yeah, and the best part about this show is that it's always different every day. I never know what we're going to talk about. Like, you know what I mean? I have an idea of like, you know, the headlines and whatnot, but you just never know who's going to be in the room. And you have an idea of what the regulars that'll be in here, but you never know where the conversations are going to go. Like, and so one topic can lead to a number of, you know, a string of 20 different pictures. And I love that, you know, it definitely makes my day when we can switch things up and do that. And this is Hana Kimura. Mental health is important. Yes, it is.
On public.com, you can invest in over 25 different cryptos. Investing in crypto is simple. Just pick your crypto, choose the amount. That's it. You can even build your portfolio of stocks and crypto all in one place. Start investing today. Public.com.
Yeah, I messaged him this morning. Like I said, and then, like, when he was drinking in the park, you know, by himself, I was kind of worried. I was like, I hope he doesn't do anything to hurt himself or like just get over emotional and do something bad. You know what I mean? So that's why I ended up staying on the stream for 2 hours, and I already did a 5-hour stream because I thought that that would be, you know, the right thing to do. I would want someone, because he needed someone to talk to. He just, you know, if you just bottle shit in and you cry and you don't talk to anyone, especially as us guys, for females, you know, I think it's just as equally difficult to open up, but I think sometimes the females have more empathy and sympathy. I have a female brain. I did a test and then it went over like, you know, who's got a male brain or female brain. And it's not like, you know, all the males are a bunch of cavemen, Neanderthals that are not caring individuals. I mean, there's going to be guys and girls that are very, you know, caring and sympathetic and have empathy. And there's going to be assholes for men and women. But a lot of times, if you are an asshole, something probably happened to you. And that's why you are an asshole. You know what I mean? You haven't been able to recover from the act that happened to you, you know, or whatever situation, bad relationship or whatever, you know what I mean? Like I used to, when me and my dad and my mom, when we lived in Beaverton, you know, Aloha, my mom would scream at me and my dad for like 6, 7, 8 hours a day, like top of the lungs screaming. That's not healthy, you know, and I didn't have a very good relationship with my mom for a long time, but we're good now. And I realized even when I was younger, I had, you know, I could read people pretty well, and she wasn't doing it really towards me. She was just angry that, you know, my dad left her. You know what I mean? And she invested, you know, for him to become a teacher and, you know, probably just, you know, loving him and the money. And, you know, and obviously she didn't smoke or drink or do drugs or anything to have a release or an escape. So she just yelled, and that wasn't healthy. You know, I had to leave a lot of times, and she would like call the cops on me saying I ran away from home, even though I didn't. I just would go to a friend's house and call my dad and say, I can't be here. You know, it's like, you know, imagine when someone yells at you on the top of your lungs for like 30 seconds, it's uncomfortable. And then you have to like yell back, and, you know, it gets bad. You know, you go from like, please be quiet to shut up. And then like, I got to go. Like, you know, when I'm like, you know, this is back when I was like, you know, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It was a rough time, but I was really good at sports because my dad put the time, you know, with me to be able to be, you know, not listening to that, but also having that in the household was really bad because it made me angry, and I was a shit talker. I got in a lot of fights. I was really aggressive in sports, like overly aggressive. It made me a good athlete, you know, for basketball and football, because I was the type of guy in basketball. I'd slap the floor. You know, I was the point guard. I would, you know, dive into the crowd for loose balls. I was like a Dennis Rodman, Allen Iverson. You know, I was a guy who could score 20 points a game, but I would be the emotional leader just because I had such a hard time at home. No one knew that that's what was going on. You know, they just thought, oh, this guy's crazy or whatever. But it was just, I was becoming crazy because of all the yelling and the bad times I had at home. And it was because my mom just didn't know how to react to my dad leaving and them not communicating, and her just, you know, I think having like some kind of PTSD after I was born. And, you know, because when she had me, she was 40, and she was like the oldest mom at my school. I had like the oldest parents. I'm an only child, and my mom was 40. My dad was probably like 30. So my mom is like 80 something and my dad's 70 something. So I always had like the oldest parents and stuff, but yeah, it was very, very rough, but I don't want to hold a grudge. And I know my mom thought that, you know, our relationship would be horrible forever probably, but you know, I still spend time with her and things are much better now. Time just needed to pass for the divorce, you know, to kind of just be, you know, longer. But she's so traditional Japanese that she's not going to date ever again. She's never going to marry ever again. And that kind of makes me sad that, you know, Japanese traditional people, some Asians are, you know, they invest in one person, or maybe a couple in their life, and that's it. And if it doesn't work out, then they don't want to do it again. You know what I mean? It's kind of sad. And, it's like, my mom at this point, I would love for her to have someone in her life and whatnot. So that's why I feel that it's my responsibility that if she's not going to have, a husband or a boyfriend or anything like that, that I can be, the male, her son. I can be there. It's not, I'm not going to disown her, for all the bullshit that she put me through, because she did that because she was just angry with my dad. But God, she was not easy to be around in my childhood, but it made me stronger. And then, having someone swear at you or scream at you for hours on end. When I ended up doing phone sales at 17 and I was on varsity basketball, and I transferred to Canby where my dad was teaching, and I gave it up to be starting point guard. I could have been like, as far as like, all the different opportunities I could have had, popularity, new relationships with different guys and girls, in the school. And I gave it all up, to do phone sales, because I had a good opportunity at 17 years old at a Fortune 500 company, and I knew my voice was my calling. And I decided to not play varsity basketball. So people got pissed at me, and I was like, this is my future. I already knew it, back when I was like 16 or 17. And, after getting yelled at for hours on end, when I had someone tell me fuck you on the phone, I could handle it. And most people can't handle someone saying fuck you on the phone, or, eat shit or whatever. It's like certain people have to say something back. But if you're in phone sales, you can't. Face-to-face sales is easy. They can see you and see your facial expressions and your tonality. But when you're on the phone, you have to be so good. You have to have a great voice, great tonality, great vibe, and they have to be able to trust you. And that's tough if they can't see you. And, for me, doing that profession for about 20 years of my life made me super strong. And that's why I have an advantage over everyone else on YouTube, because I lived it. I mean, I pretty much worked with every single race: Indian, African-American, French, Australian, Chinese, Japanese, South American, Brazil, like all the different countries. I've worked with, pretty much every race of every age on the phone, over all the different jobs that I've done. So what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And that's a little background for me. So definitely there's a reason why I have that connection, with people. But I'll tell you what, none of my friends, I mean, I have a lot of Asian friends, parents that are crazy, that would do a lot of screaming, but no one in my childhood knew what I was going through. If they knew that I was getting yelled at with my dad and my mom was just losing it, you know what I mean? And if she like smoked or drank or did something, that could have helped, but it could also made it much, much worse, based on if she couldn't control that. But she's never really been a drinker or someone that smokes or does anything to relax, to take away the pressure and the tension. Yeah. So tough times in my life, but obviously I've grown from it. And it was a rough patch. But I'll tell you what, and I'm not even exaggerating, when someone yells at you for more than an hour or 2 hours straight, it can make you go crazy. And then, 3 hours, 4 hours. And I had that in my life probably for a good 15 years of my life before I like moved out. I was the first one to move out of my high school. Like as soon as graduation hit and we had graduation all night party at the middle school, I literally moved out the next day. I was the first one out of my high school to move out. Like literally it was like May or June of like 2000. And I moved to Wilsonville, and I had a buddy that worked in Salem at like Intel. He wore one of those Homer Simpson white suits. You know what I mean? Good to work with like different wafers and computer stuff. And he had a good job. I had a good job. I was like, do you want to move? And I only had one class with the guy, or two classes. And we ended up becoming pretty good friends and stuff. And we lived together for about 5 years until we separated and whatnot. But I needed that in my life. And obviously I could have lived with my dad, but he lived in a small town that didn't really have anything there. Just like a market and like a post office. So I wanted to be closer to my friends and other things. And so, that's why I moved. But my dad was always, really supportive, and my dad and mom are supportive of the dream, but I don't think they really understand what I'm doing. They kind of have an idea. They don't watch the show, but I tell them and I show them stuff once in a while. But they know that this was destiny for me. And I'm just glad that, I'm able to still talk to them, but they are getting older, and I do know that life is precious, and I want to be able to spend as much time with them before I don't have them in my life anymore. That's facts. See, we get deep in this fucking channel. A lot of times people don't really expose who they really are. And if you're a regular here or a mod or or anybody. You can definitely tell when someone is real and genuine and when they're not. And we have a lot of fucking real talk here on this channel. So it's good therapy for me, but it's also good for you guys to understand who I am and why I am the way that I am, And like I said, I wouldn't wish upon anyone, even my biggest enemies, to have someone yell at them for hours on end, for years on end. I'm just happy that I'm alive, honestly, because I started hanging around the wrong crowd. I mean, I was hanging around, we had like a bunch of Asian cliques, back when I was in high school. So you had like the Vietnamese and the Chinese and the Japanese and the Koreans, and we'd all gamble and play basketball and skip school. And some of these guys were boosting cars and doing like shady stuff at the mall, stealing clothes. And, it was like kind of like a gang, but it wasn't. But, there was a lot of questionable people, and I was hanging around them because I didn't want to be at home. And my dad moved away because it was a divorce. So he wasn't close by. So I definitely, was hanging around the wrong people for a couple years. And then my dad, got me and transferred me to his high school. And I even had him as a teacher for like yearbook. And obviously I had him as like a teacher assistant, you know what I mean? Like there was a couple things where they, my dad was like, pretty much, I can show up or I don't have to show up. I get an A, you know what I mean? It was, they definitely took care of me there. There was a couple things there, but he was the one that did the yearbook, and he did it for like 20 years. And then his room number was 420. So he obviously was like the most popular teacher at the school for like 20, 25, 30, 40 years. They would always steal his room number. He'd always have like In Living Color posters, Homie the Clown, Jim Carrey. He was very laid back, very soft spoken, not very loud at all. But when you go into the classroom, he would have a wall right behind him that had photos of every like cheerleader or attractive female, probably from yearbook, for like 20, 30 years on the wall. So it'd just be a bunch of just amazing model looking females over the generations that, wanted to put their picture up on the wall. And there was only one guy that was on the wall, and it was me. So everyone already knew who I was before I even got to the school. Because there was like pictures of me playing football, me fishing with my dad. And so it was kind of awkward, being like the kid that everyone already knew before I even got to the school. Because they were like, who's that? Because they thought I was adopted because I don't really look like my dad. I mean, there's some similarities, but I look a little bit more like my mom because obviously I'm half Japanese, half Czech and European mutt or whatever. So it was a cool thing, but it also was kind of an awkward thing where people are coming up to you, and I'm nice. I'll get along with the car guys, the stoners, the basketball guys, the jocks, the nerds, the Star Wars guys. I mean, I can get along with anybody, but it was very weird going into a school where my dad is like the most popular teacher and everyone knew who I was before I got there. But I had a great time there. It was definitely a better experience than Aloha High School, the school I went to initially. So. And they know how to party out in Canby. I remember the first week I got there, when we went to a kegger on a property, and there was 200 cars lined up on a dirt road. And we went to this guy's house who had a big ass barn in the back and music. And I was like, what is this? I was like, it was like country folk. That's how they do it. And there was kegs everywhere. And I was like, man, this is awesome. I was like, they didn't have anything like that. Because in Aloha, Beaverton, it's more like suburbs where it's like you go to someone's house and you like drink or you party or gamble or play basketball. But out there's more like land and animals. And, the houses are spread out a little bit more country life. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. I just messaged him, and I messaged him this morning too. He knows. Yeah, he knows how much we love him. Obviously, if I didn't care about him, I wouldn't have stayed in the stream for 2 hours after I was already done. But I knew that's what he needed, and that's what I would have wanted if someone had a channel and did that for me. So, I knew that it made a big difference in his life. And we could talk about something other than sports. We talked about National Geographic, Discovery, history, underwater exploration, space stuff, aliens, ancient aliens. We started talking about all the shows that we watch. Planet Earth and David Attenborough and how much I love his voice and just all the stuff that I like beyond sports. And we just started having a conversation, and me and Shepard Williams and Chief literally are almost like the same person. We all like that similar stuff. Discovery, history, and National Geographic are my three favorite networks to watch when I'm not watching sports. I like to learn stuff. Alaska programs, swamp people, wicked tuna, anything that has to do with people on the water, and also the relationships that they have with people that are on that show. It's really about relationships for me. And there's like that that bond, you know what I mean? Where you know that Southern hospitality, someone's in need. It could be your rival, you know, in the like gator business. But if they had like a hurricane and their fucking house got blown away, you're gonna go to that guy's house and help him. You know, he needs a little help with a little boating, you know, a little trap movement. You know, you're gonna do it. And I really respect the people in the South. They have Southern hospitality, and it's not just a ludicrous rap song. It is really how they are, a lot of those people in the South, and I really admire that about them, that they really would give their shirt off their back and help people, even if it is a rival. So I love that. Yeah. And obviously Odin's son had a death also, so it's a lot of us are having people die around us or pass away, and it's very tough. So all we can do is just be here for each other. Yep. They're very crispy. You had it? Yeah. There you go. Approved. That's great to hear. Congrats. Oh yeah. I mean, like, you know, it's like I was having a, you know, a conversation with Bird Gang, and, you know, 114, and we were talking about like wrestling. And the thing is like, if you have an opinion, and like I said, we can agree to disagree, but when it comes down to, if you're going to hate on something, but you haven't really given it a fair shot compared to someone that's watched both AEW and WWE, and I watch equally, and I can make my own, you know, analysis, and this is how it is, compared to just like maybe watching only WWE and not watching AEW, like maybe watching like one match. Oh, this sucks. Well, you didn't even give it a fair shot. It's like you're already hating on the other, you know, rival company without actually giving it a shot. So for someone to not give, you know, a fair shot, and you're biased towards one company, you know, where it's like, you know, you're only about your team. And then instead of like, you know, looking at the league as a whole, you know, you want to be able to have a fair analysis. And for people that only watch one and then have to hate on the other, well, why don't you give the other one a fair shot and then make a decision, instead of just being closed-minded and saying, this is the best, this is what I've watched, and I'm not willing to watch anything else. You know what I mean? And so sometimes it's nice to be able to open up and give something else a shot and then make a fair opinion on it. But sometimes people won't even do that. And that's okay. You know, Bird Gang, if he loves WWE and he likes certain wrestlers, fine. We can agree to disagree. But for someone that watches, you know, everything, and then I can make the opinion, it gives me a little bit more credibility, I feel, because I'm actually watching both. And then I'll give you the opinion on, is it good? Is it bad? Instead of just watching one and then not giving the other one a shot. And I hope he gives the other one a shot, but a lot of people, you know, they're very set in their ways. They're WWE and they'll never watch anything else, which is kind of a shame, because if you like good wrestling, there is other good wrestling in Japan and other federations, but sometimes people are just stuck in their ways, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I like to be able to be entertained, and I want to see what's out there. And Air Whitey obviously is a great example of showing us what else is out there. And I definitely acknowledge him for doing that for us in the room. So yeah, some of them are obviously, you know, remastered, and obviously, because I mean, if these are from like 1998, they're not supposed to look this good. Or if this is from like 1991, they're not supposed to look that sharp. Or this one's from like 1988. Like there's no way in 1998, right? There's no way in 1998 a photo is going to be this crispy. I'm sorry. It's not going to be this crispy. I mean, unless you had the most high-end lens, you know, that maybe the photographers had that cost like $50,000 camera or whatever. But even then they had limitations on photos. But I imagine you could probably have some pretty crispy stuff from the 80s and 90s and 2000s. Marcos Pineda, one of my best friends in the building. Awesome to see.
Come on, say. We need you, man. Everybody, come on, say. I call it say. I call it say, MJ. Say, come on, dog.
Oh, happy day. There you go. Your trip to Seattle is going to be glorious. KJ Wright retired after 11 amazing seasons. It's kind of sad now. It's like a whole rebuild. You know what I mean? You got KJ Wright, no Russ, no Bobby Wagner. Eventually, you know, Pete will be gone and Schneider will be gone, but we don't know when. But for Megan's sake, hopefully they'll be there a little bit longer. But, you know, you have to brace yourself for change. People hate change, but it's inevitable. You're going to have change. But then it gives an opportunity for the new guys to step up too. So it's kind of an exciting transitional period where even though they might not be very good for a couple of years, if they can get the right quarterback in there, then they can still be competitive. So, think about this. If you tank and you have a bad season where you win only 4 to 6 games, right? And then you get the future quarterback, the next Russ, that would be better than getting to like 7 wins and then not getting that quarterback and having a couple more seasons of mediocre football or bad football. So sometimes it's good to take one step back to go 10 steps forward. And I always tell that to NFL fans. It's happened to Tampa Bay. It's happened to my Ducks. Obviously other sports that I've watched is Blazers, Mariners, and a lot of those as well. So. $233. Let's get to 3. Of course. Yeah. And like I said, I have about 10 or 12 people that are very, very close to me on the channel that I talk to almost every day. So yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah. And like I said, if he wants to talk, he will. And sometimes just knowing that, when he was in the room, you could tell he was really enjoying himself. You know what I mean? And it got him to stop thinking about, the death and just hanging out and knowing that you could be around like-minded people that all love football and that we have a lot of, common ground. But that's very true. And I don't usually like to, pressure. I just, say, what's up? Hey, I was just, hey, I'm just checking up on you. I love you. How are you doing today? How are you? I keep it simple. So, and then if he sees that, he can respond or he'll hop in the room, but he does work a lot too. So I see he messaged me already. So he said, I'm a little all right, just doing some work emails. Said, cool. We talking about how much we love you. If you have time, hop in the stream for a little bit. So I'll be on for another probably 2 hours. So cool. We're talking about how much we love you. Hop in the stream and say hi if you can tonight. Said if not, I'll see you soon. Oh, I guess he is in there. Now. I just didn't notice because I'm so far back in the stream. So I guess he is in there. I just didn't even notice because I'm so far behind in the chat. He is in there. Good to hear. Love you. Appreciate you. That's what happens when you get behind in the stream. Sometimes people show up, and I don't know, like Marco Spinetta. But I just, look at your photo. Seahawks, 12th man. I said, LOL. I'm so far behind. I didn't notice. I didn't notice. Typical me. How's it going, Marcos? Yeah. Marcos, he is the original one that believed in me even before I started the channel. I only have a couple people. I got Marcos is really the main one. Like on my Facebook, like out of my supposed 500 friends, he's really the only one that watches my stuff like all the time and like comments, donates, shares it on his Facebook. Like he's the only one. Like out of all these other people, some people will hop in once in a while, like Brett, my boy, and a few others. But he obviously was a believer early on, and he knows I got the ESP. And like when I told him Russ was going to get drafted by the Hawks, and they would go to 2 Super Bowls, win one and lose one, and it actually happened. Like I've had a lot of ESP moments with Marcos, and I don't know if Marcos can understand it either. Sometimes I'm in awe of it myself, but we always have a great time together. And we actually have a photo. Let's bring it up. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it from your Facebook. Eagles John just sent me a 20 as well. Appreciate you. So I'll show a picture. This is from 9 years ago. We have Beer Fest, and Beer Fest is in Portland, but it's going to be really, really hot. And this was a photo from us from like 9 years ago. Marcos, and I'm going to take it from his. And I'll send this to Sarah and then I'll upload it from there. And this will give you an idea of what my life was like back then. And we'll get Lenny D in the building. Lenny D will be here for SummerSlam, and Preston's coming to watch SummerSlam. All right, let's show a picture of my... And I promise I'll get caught up in the chat. All right, here we go. This is Beer Fest, and we would go usually every year. It's a big like event in Portland. They have like 200 or 300 different types of beers. So we got Marcos, my boy, obviously they're on the far left. Then we got Sam and Chris. Those were my roommates. And then obviously I used to record with a guy on the channel, and I lived with him. And then I lived with the guy in the orange shorts, and then his girlfriend. Now they just had a kid, and they're obviously living their life. And then Jake, the guy in the red shirt, that was one of my best friends as well. And then he moved to Arizona. He hops in the stream sometime. That's Jacob Randall. And then he's moving to Texas. So usually it was me, and then my boy Jake in the red, and then Marcos. We were, almost inseparable. We would always watch Blazer games and Ducks and Beavers, and back a long time ago, we would have a lot of fun. And I don't know why my pants are sagging so low in this particular photo. I know those are brand new and I got the Jordans on, but my shorts are like a kilt. I don't know why they're sagging so low in this particular photo, but they are. But this is good times, man. That was 9 years ago. And that's Marcos, Samantha, Chris, O-Dog, and Jake. The glorious photos of my life. It's my dude. Yeah. Yeah. When people get cyber bullied. Yeah. Too much talent, and sometimes people can't handle it. That's why, mental health is such a big thing. And I heard about that story too. And yeah, that's fucking tough. Yeah. The colors are awesome. Yeah, you don't have to be a fan of wrestling, but sometimes, even if you're not a fan of something, if you come here and you end up spending enough time here, sometimes you do turn into a fan of something you thought you never would, just to be a part of the group, and it's like Holly never was into wrestling and then got into it with, Air Whitey. So, and he watches everything. So everyone is different. Everyone is good. Absolutely. Yeah, he's a real OG. Now we got Marcos and we got Megan. So the double M's representing the Hawks to the death. I usually try to reach out to him every couple days as well. Oh, look at you. You look like you're having so much fun. It's always cool to reminisce and look at like old school pictures and whatnot. For sure. Yeah, he had a friend that passed away. I'm not sure if it was like OD or car crash or drug related or something, have COVID. I don't know, but yeah, he's been going through some stuff, and I usually try to reach out to him daily. I sent him the Chiefs picture, and I usually try to send him stuff to uplift him. So, just saying hi and sending him something Chiefs, Notre Dame, or horror. I usually try to go through one of those things when I see it. So. Yeah, and he'll appreciate that. He already knows how close we are as a fam here. Some channels don't open up, but we definitely open up more here, and I think that's why you guys, I can get into heated discussions about NFL and football and this or that, but I'm actually more proud of just the reality of life and support and being genuine and, opening up about my bad experiences growing up and all the things that have made me the man that I am today. And, we go through a lot of trials and tribulations, but we are here for a reason, to be able to support each other. And not a lot of channels have people that are willing to support each other as like brother and sister. If you're close, I know some brothers and sisters don't get along, but as far as like a clique or a gang, I mean, we definitely have something very, very special here. And I couldn't ask for a better group than you guys. So no beer, no TV, make Homer go crazy. Yes. I actually watched that episode. That's funny that you actually brought that up because you know how much I watch Simpsons. I usually watch an hour to 3 hours a night just to after I'm done with the streams. I try to get a little bit of Simpsons. I already knew that line before because anytime if you quote something, it's always going to be from a TV show or like a movie. I do the same thing with my friends. And they've done like 32 plus seasons, 32, 33. So it's never boring. My girlfriend hates it, but I can watch this for 12 hours straight and I can always laugh and it always puts me in a great mood. Always, every time. I mean, if there was more Rick and Morty episodes, I would put that up there too. You know what I mean? But there's not enough episodes. There's only a couple seasons of Rick and Morty, but King of the Hill is great, but nothing touches this show as far as cartoons, in my opinion, besides Transformers, G.I. Joe, and Ninja Turtles from the 80s. So you talk about people and then they show up. Look who it is, one of my favorites. Yes. Michael's in the building. What to do? How are you? That's great. It's always great. I don't need to have, hundreds of people in the room. We will one day, but oh yeah, my dad's my hero. I mean, like I said, my two heroes in life are my dad and Ken Griffey Jr. I mean, if my dad abandoned me, which he could have easily left, you know what I mean? Like my dad, I think he wanted to get a divorce from my mom when I was like 2, but he sacrificed his happiness until I was 13 before he left, just to make sure that I was old enough to understand that he still loved me. And then he wanted to make sure that my mom didn't make me literally go crazy. And, who knows, I'd probably be in jail or dead, honestly, if I didn't have my dad, based on what he did for me. So I will always have so much gratitude towards him and being able to do special things like this, meeting Ken Griffey Jr. and obviously meeting Sandy Koufax. I mean, you couldn't ask for 2 better people for me to meet. And I was already into wrestling and football and basketball, but I liked baseball, but then it gave us that connection. And yeah, I love him. I always will love him. And I don't know how much time I have left, but I definitely want to, spend as much time as I can. And I got another one from obviously Father's Day. But yeah, it definitely holds a very, very special place into my heart. He's my hero for sure. That's my pops right there with the Fernando Valenzuela card that I got him for Father's Day. Probably one of the best Father's Day's gifts that I've ever gotten him, besides some Jerry Garcia stuff and Grateful Dead stuff. I mean, you could tell all the hippie stuff and his Dodger collection, but I mean, it doesn't get any sweeter than that. Autographed, numbered to 15, dual colored patch from either Dodgers or Valenzuela. You can't really tell right there. Beautiful. One of the coolest looking cards. And I talked down the guy at the card shop when I got it because they wanted like 100 to 130. I was like, can you work with me a little bit? I was like, and I was going to say, how about 90? You know what I mean? And he just said 90, the card shop owner. And then I was like, all right, perfect. And then I got a Julio Rodriguez rookie card that was like $7 for free, essentially, just because I asked. And that's the rule. If you go to a card shop, never pay full price. Always ask if you can you work with me? What are they going to say? No. But if they want a sale, they're going to work with you, right? It's like, if someone has money, it's like, what are you going to say? No. It's like, if the card is worth 100 and you're not willing to take 90, then you're losing out on $90. I mean, sometimes you got to have a little bit of wiggle room. So. I promise I'm getting caught up. Shep, I love you. I appreciate you. I don't know if he's still in the room, but Yeah, I'm a storyteller. I mean, I have so many stories I can't probably even say on here, but most of them I can say on here. So, yeah. Yeah, and the crazy thing is that Marcos Pineda, right, is one of my best friends. I actually was really good friends with his brother, but see, Marcos went to Woodburn High School. I went to Canby. His brother Eric went to Canby, and we were friends. I never knew Eric had a brother, and we would party hardcore, when I was in high school. And then after I graduated, and then I worked at the outlet mall, and then I met Marcos, and he's like, "Oh, you know my brother, Eric." And I was like, I didn't put it together. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, I didn't even know you guys were brothers. And yeah, so it's pretty crazy. It's a small world. Cosmos remake, Neil deGrasse. I love Neil deGrasse Tyson. I've watched a few programs, but I'm not sure if I've watched that one. Was that the one that came out like a year or two ago? I'm preaching. My stories can get emotional a little bit, but it's real. It's truth. My boy Shep. You just gotta talk shit into existence. Yes. Late night O-Dog. That's me.
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis persists, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once daily pill.
When you see got unpredictable, I got rapid symptom.
Yeah, Marcos is very hardcore to Seahawks. Beavers, Seahawks, like very, like Mariners, you know what I mean? Blazers, like we have a lot in common. And the best part about Marcos is he's loyal. It's honesty, loyalty, respect. I mean, there's been times where, maybe Marcos drank too many beers, you know what I mean? But he's never really got to the point where, we've ever, argued or fought or anything like that. It's always been love, always.
Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occur. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to
Is Beer Fest like Oktoberfest? And well, Oktoberfest is huge, and we have some of those here in Oregon as well. But Beer Fest, we have a lot of breweries and wineries here in Oregon. So when they have this festival, you get these tokens, and you'll spend a shitload of money. They'll give you like a half of a cup of beer or like a cup of beer. It's not even really like a full glass and whatnot. But what? Yeah, beer tasting glasses and stuff. So it's like a couple sips or whatever, but it's this weekend. But that's what Marcos said. But it's going to be 100 degrees, so it'll be too hot anyways. Can you imagine waiting in those lines for blueberry delight, and then all of a sudden like we ran out? That would be the worst. But yeah, but Beer Fest is one of those things that a lot of us here in Oregon typically go with friends once or twice. Yeah, absolutely. Chief, what to do? My boy Shep, the gang. Eagles John is dropping a dono. I saw you have that 20. I'll do that on here as well. Yeah, we all are. So many goats. You know what? Like sometimes it would take years to accumulate this many goats in one room at the same time, and we were able to manufacture these goats since October of last year, since the Grossi raid. I've been full-time since January, and I'm just blown away by the amazing people that we have on a daily basis here. Every once in a while we'll get, someone stirring the pot up, but you know who you are. And it's a very special group, you guys. Hey, I think I have that kind of, we, not only me, but the people in the room, as long as it's like the regulars and the goats, we definitely make sure that we're here for each other. And like I said, I don't think there's any more giving quality people that would give their shirt off their back. And, a lot of the people in the room would donate to charities and, do things for other people. And most of the people in the room would, rather give than receive. And that's a special thing. Honesty, loyalty, respect. And like I said, there's a lot of people out there that don't know what those fucking words mean. So it's a fucking all-star game in here. Snowball on Rick and Morty. I love Rick and Morty. Such a great cartoon. No problem. And I knew that you had emails. I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for listening to me to get that crab broil. I know that probably was a great meal. And if you need to reach out to me anytime, please do. And if not, I still will reach out to you to make sure that you're doing better than you were the previous day. Love you.
On these QB battles throughout the league, which I got you. It's tell me to run, and I will make sure to mark it up for you. I won't let you down. I promise. Let's start with the Panthers and Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold.
No problem. Anytime, bro.
Who takes QB1 spot?
Can I buy a vowel?
You may.
So, who's going to start opening weeks? To me, it's going to be Baker Mayfield.
Eagles John, how you doing, bro?
They're going to open against the Browns, and this is one of those revenge games, and people are going to show up and watch. I just think that Baker Mayfield, I got to know him a little bit before the draft, some interviews.
4 years ago. Yeah, it's been a while, but I do remember it was like on Fox, and they had like this special of him narrating different space stuff. And whenever stuff like that comes out, yeah, I'm all over that. I love, if it's underwater exploration or space exploration or alien stuff. Like I saw a video today of a government thing where it showed a boat in Mexico, and it shows two like F-15s go over, right? And they speed off, and then the boaters, the guys that are doing fishing or whatever, they look at each other, and then they look over, and then you can see this UFO, right? And then they go towards it, and it literally goes into the water, right? And then you see helicopters that are like government that like come over them, and then the video lasts probably like a minute or two. It's pretty like sometimes things like that can be fake, through like CGI and stuff like that. But sometimes when you see stuff that's either declassified or stuff that looks a little bit more legit, but that one was kind of creepy seeing that, because I've seen UFOs go in the water on video, and sometimes you're going to get stuff that's fake. I get it, but a lot of times if you see stuff that's real, like through government stuff that's released, because they've already admitted that they do exist, and I'm pretty sure that our technology has been reverse engineered, because when Roswell happened, then after that happened in the 50s, airplanes, helicopters, the motor vehicles, the technology took a step forward, based off reverse engineering of, I assume, an alien spacecraft from Roswell. And that there's other things and other factors that are involved. But I don't think that that's crazy to think that we found a ship, tried to reverse engineer it for our own technology, and it worked. So, yeah, but I like stuff like that. It's very interesting to me. I can watch stuff like that all day. I know. I'm almost caught up. Let's get in there. Let's get in. It's how I am, dude. I always like to make sure I keep everyone, important. I don't like to be able to skip over too many things. Even if it takes me a while to catch up, I want to make sure that everyone feels special. And that is something that no other channel will do. I mean, how many channels will repeat a show after someone comes in or read a lot of the comments, let alone put them on the screen? I mean, I think little details like that shows you how much I really do care about you guys, and you guys are, more important to this channel than you really know. I'm here. I'm in here. 88 miles per hour, flux capacitor, max capacity. Let's get in, dude. My mom is, more than 10 years older. My mom was like 40. So now my mom is like grandma age, because I'm 40 years old. My mom is like 80 something. And then my dad is 70. I think my mom is like 81-ish, and then my dad is like 71, and I'm 40. So it's a taste testing, but it's a beer cup, like usually plastic, but it's usually like 2 or 3 sips, but it's not a full beer. A lot of goats in the chat. Yeah, I mean, like I said, a lot of times people tell me a lot of stuff in person. I can go to a party, meet someone for the very first time, and I'm not even bullshitting. Within 30 minutes, they're telling me their like deepest secrets. I think there's some people you can you have to have a good aura and a good vibe, and know someone that's not going to judge you and they're going to listen to you. And if you have a good vibe and they trust you, I actually feel very blessed that people are willing to open up. But what makes me different, I feel, from other people is when people do open up to me, I will let them know how much I appreciate them, and how much bravery and courage it took to be able to open up, because I understand you can have drinking buddies and you can have friends for 20 years and not tell them things. just because, you don't feel comfortable, even if you've known them. It's not about the length of time that you've known someone. It's the connection. I can have a connection with someone for, a couple months and be stronger and closer to someone that I've known for 20 years. It seems crazy to think that you can know someone for 20 years, and then meet someone for 2 months and be closer to that person, but it happens. It's all about connection. And if you have that connection, then, it's a special thing. And that's why I know that I could be like a Boys and Girls Club counselor. I could be a counselor. I could be a therapist. I could be, someone that, a therapist. I could be in that role, and that could definitely do a lot of good. And that's why this channel has evolved from NWSF to Dr. O, which is kind of like Dr. Phil, but cooler, where we can, express ourselves and not feel, ashamed or threatened. And obviously me opening up to the fullest gives that, confidence in other people to open up in the chat. Because if I'm willing to be this exposed and real, then, other people will feel more comfortable too. And most people will not be as genuine or honest as me on the stream, I think. And that's why people like this channel. So, yes. Yeah, and it takes a lot of bravery and courage to be able to open up. But it shows you it doesn't matter if it's a brother, a sister, a drinking buddy. Sometimes it has to feel right. And especially for guys, it's harder than girls, because girls can talk and, not gossip, but they can talk about their feelings sometimes a little bit easier. But for guys, depending on how stubborn they are, I would say 90% of guys do not want to talk. It doesn't matter if you're gay or straight, or bi. Most guys have a very difficult problem of expressing on how they feel. And that's why suicide rates for men are very high, because sometimes they feel that they're not heard and it's too difficult to open up, and they don't want to come across as weak. So they rather just kill themselves or just not be here. And, and that ends up hurting more people, obviously, than just the person, because they feel that their pain is ended. But if they just would have been able to open up and, have someone in their life to be able to express themselves, then that act might have not happened. And so that's why I feel it's so important to, talk to people and to be able to be there and listen. And, the biggest thing about me too is when someone talks to me in person, or they're, saying something, I don't tell them ever what to do. That's the worst thing that you can do. If someone's willing to open up to you, you just shut the fuck up and you listen. You don't fucking tell them what your opinion is. And that's where 99% of people fuck up. You get a guy or girl that says something to you, and then you tell them what you would do. But just because you tell them what you would do doesn't mean that's the right thing that they would do. And you have to have enough brain power to understand that that's not the right time and place. But most people are too oblivious to understand what it's like to be in someone else's shoes. So when you can understand what it's like to be in someone else's shoes, or you try, that's where you get that connection. And, I feel that's why I have a gift. It sounds kind of cheesy or corny, but I feel I kind of have been put on this earth to help people and to be there, to be kind of like a guardian angel, to be able to, I can do my dreams and I can do sports, but to be able to have a connection with people is a gift. And like I said, if I can make a difference in someone's life, from them hurting themselves or, committing suicide or not, or just being in a bad place and then getting slowly better, of words of encouragement and giving them just the, ability to listen to them. That's sometimes all someone needs, is just someone to vent to. And that's facts. Oh, Dog McDuck, you know me. Most guys do not want to open up, but the guys that do, that's a lot of, and that's why guys, when they open up to me, like, it's like a brotherhood, because I already know how difficult it is. And I always make sure, guy or girl, to let them know how much I appreciate them. And how many guys will actually have the sense to say something like that? None. And, I have a female brain. So obviously I know, if someone's going to tell me something difficult, what am I going to do? Roll my eyes and act like I don't care? And that's what happens a lot of times, where they have a friend or a drinking buddy or a stoner buddy. They open up and they say something really fucking personal that is hard to say. They say it, and the motherfucker is drunk or high, or they don't even give a shit. It just goes in one ear, out the other. And then they never open up to anyone ever again, because they opened up to the wrong person. That happens all the time. You have to be very careful on who you open up to. And just because you have drinking buddies or friends, not every friend is going to be able to care and actually know what to do in that situation. That's why you have people that are like therapists and counselors and people that can be there. But like for me, I don't have a PhD, but I know I read people a lot better than most people understand. Like, I can connect with very, very many people, and I always make sure I let them know how much I appreciate them, and let them know that, you have a lot of courage and a lot of bravery to do that. And especially, I mean, if I say that to somebody, that's not something that is common that is said back to someone after they've opened up. And that's how I build a bond with someone, because they know that I truly do care. And I'm not like everyone else. I'm very different. And I'm proud of that, to be able to have that recognition. And I've been that way since I was in my teens. I've just been able to be very self-aware and understand when people are hurting and what needs to be said, and what needs to be done. And a lot of times it's not me even telling them what to do. It's not. It's just straight shutting the fuck up and listening. And you'd be really surprised on how far that goes. And now if they ask you after they vented, hey, in this situation, what would you do? Then you can say, hey, I'm not in your shoes. I'm not you, but maybe I would do it this way. Then it's appropriate. But if you're just spouting off, oh, this is what I would do, you know what I mean? Then the person is already turned off. You know what I mean? Because you're probably going to say something 99% of the time that's not what they would do. And, it's just, the whole process of them opening up just goes down the drain because you're just spouting off on shit that is not them. That's the whole point. You're supposed to be there for them. It's not you telling them what to do. That's not helping. And a lot of times if someone fucks up or they fucked up in life, they already know they fucked up. The last thing they need to hear is from, Joe Blow over here. Oh, you fucked up. This, I would have done this. That. They don't need to hear that. They already know they fucked up. You know what I mean? But a lot of people are not self-aware. And that's really the difference between people that can connect with people and people that cannot. They recognize what to say, when to say it, when to talk, when to shut the fuck up, when to hug, and when to just be there. Facts. Everybody deals with shit differently. Yeah. But that's why, with me, when I talk and tell you that, these type of things, you can already tell, I am not the average guy, you know what I mean? And I take a lot of pride being able to connect, and I don't take it for granted one bit, because I know sometimes people need to hear that voice, or they need to hear that, comfort. So, but I would say most people are not self-aware. Some people are better than others, but I would say, females are way more self-aware, and usually females are way more intelligent than guys. Some guys are incredibly intelligent, there's no doubt about it, but also females typically mature a lot faster than guys as well. But there's also going to be, other, different, men out there, that they're not all boys and all immature. There are some really good, strong, special men that are out there that could be like a female and have that empathy and sympathy. So that's facts. Yes. See how fast I work? I'm on it because I already got it. Oh, there he is. Yes, he does. He was in the front row. Obviously, you've seen it on like Sports Center and the different outlets.
Led to the penalty, so that is going to be a point of emphasis. And as for Amari Cooper, I'm with you. I thought he was readily available for
Marcos just sent me some more photos from Beer Fest. Oh my gosh, I'm going to post these. These are so good. Hold on. I didn't even know he had these. Thank you, bro. You'll see younger O-Dog here. I'll send these over to... Oh, there we go. Tommy at training camp. Let me share this one too. All right, hold on. I got some photos to share. Let's go. So start with Holly's first.
A lot of the talk that I heard in the offseason about Ricky, particularly when we were all watching other teams advance their playoffs.
All right, let's do this one.
Playmakers. And so this year, that playmaker, the expectation is going to be CeeDee Lamb. And, he did deal with some drops last year, but talking to Dak Prescott, a lot of people on this team, they've seen some growth from him. But again, we've got to see how that works in live action.
Yeah, no question, Jay. Look, CeeDee Lamb last year, in terms of league rankings, was 7th in the league in drops with 8. My issue here is, look, people say, can CeeDee Lamb be a number one receiver? By definition, he is the number one receiver.
All right, Tommy. Said, oh, it feels so good to be back. Cheers. He's got some long legs. Just looks like an athlete. Muscular dog. Ballet dog. Flexible dog. Holly's husband dog. Short shorts are back, but he's not wearing short shorts. But Chief says, "Oh, it feels so good to be back." Chiefs. This is from the Chiefs Instagram page, I would assume, right? You'll get some better ones, I would assume, once they do more. They probably don't have too many. Well, the fans that have access. There's only a few teams that don't allow fans to have access, but love it. All right, let me show you a couple photos. I'll send these here. One sec, I gotta do.
Denver Broncos on their social media feed on Twitter. I feel like I keep seeing Russell Wilson all over their platform, and rightfully so, Jim. You know what he can bring to this ball club, and kind of like
Okay.
face the franchise, a whole lot. Honestly, describing that, but
And the Eagles John sent a 20, so I don't want to get too far behind with that. I apologize.
James, you're there. You know what the dynamics are in the locker room, what they were without Russell Wilson. How different does it feel with Russell right now inside that locker room?
Thank you, Eagles. I don't even know if he's still in the room, but I appreciate you all sending him a message. And then Holly sent the 20. I don't even think I put that up on the screen either. That was at 10:06. Let me see. I don't think I put it up. Hold on. I'm trying to look to see if I did that or not. I don't think I did. Your boy. All right, hold on. I'm just looking. I don't think I put it up on the screen here. That's what happens when goats come in the room. O-Dog gets distracted. Okay. I don't think I put it up, so let me put those up now. All right, let's do Holly's first. I appreciate you. Got a hundo and an Eagles John with a 20 and a 20. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Eagles John. I got to send him a message. I don't even know if he's still in the room anymore.
And I spent so much time with him in the offseason, bro. He's got the whole route tree. There's nothing he can't do. He's going to explode, and he did. And so, Russell has a way of bringing the best.
Okay, I just sent him. Thank you, bro. Sorry it took so long to respond. I appreciate you. So I'm not sure if he's still in the room or not, or if he hopped in, but I don't like,
His leadership style, it's all about putting it on him. And then I think it emanates from there.
Appreciate you guys very much. And I got to go back up. You guys are the champs. I appreciate you very much. So one sec.
He doesn't leave that to us to say. He will tell you that himself. And so now knowing, what have we heard from the Broncos the last few years?
Always bringing the heat. Always bringing the heat. All right. So yes, brother. Yes. Oh, no problem. Oh, Eagles was there. Look good, feel good, play good. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll post that here in a second. All right, I'm caught up, even though I was an idiot and it took me too long. Sometimes when I'm talking or I'm interacting with you guys, it takes me a little while, but I will eventually. I will check, or Sarah will be like, "Oh, dog, don't be dumb. Check your Cash App, check your social medias to see what's going on in here." We'll go Astronaut Kitty, even though it doesn't have to be a $50 donation. Nothing like an astronaut cat to make your life great. And where else are you going to find an astronaut cat on YouTube? Nowhere else. So no worries, bro. You're doing good work. It helps more than just me. Appreciate you. Okay, let's see here. All right, we'll do Megan's next, and then I'll do my photos from Beer Fest so you guys can see. This is from obviously training camp today. Good old Pete. Nice little visor he's got going on there. I see you, Pete. All right, hold on here. I gotta send this to send this to Sarah through my phone, and I can pull it from there. Okay. All right, so this is inside one of the tents on Beer Fest. I'll show you, and it's huge. There's so many booths, and there's I don't know how many people that go. I don't know, 10,000, 20,000. It usually is over like a 3-day period. And there's lines. They have like blueberry beer, strawberry flavored stuff. They got all kinds of stuff from all the people here in the Northwest. And they have this festival every year. Usually they'll have one or two, but look at this tent. So you have all these people. This is just one tent out of who knows how many. So you get your beers and you're mingling and you're eating food, and it's right downtown, right in front of the waterfront. So you can see the water, and it's just like, they have it just blocks and blocks and blocks. I can't even tell you how big it is. Like 3 football fields, 2 football fields. There's a big fucking area of, tents on tents and booths outside and lines you have to wait in, and you have these tokens that you could use the following year. So if you don't use them all, you can come back the next year and you can use them, which is pretty cool. So that's an example of one tent. And obviously with COVID, they didn't do it the last couple years. And then
as training camps get underway, players are wearing padded shells on their helmets called Guardian caps. An example of the league's continued.
I got a nice throwback Mariner hat on. And here's a photo from 9 years ago. with me and Marcos.
Onboarding time, and that's just a high frequency time for us in the NFL. A lot of time on the field, a lot of practice. We're really trying to prepare guys for the football.
All right, so it's your boy, and then we got my boy Marcos, my boy Jake, and then my buddy Chris, and he's got 2 beers in his hand. And those are the glasses right there. So sometimes they give you plastic, sometimes they give you a glass. So it's it's supposed to be a sampler glass on some of them. Sometimes they fill it up a little bit more, but yeah. I wish I still had that Mariner hat. That's an old school one. Good times. That's from 9 years ago. Yeah, it's crazy. He posted this picture, and I was like, oh my God, 9 years ago? My gosh. It's like, I wish I still had those Jordans. It's like some of the Mariner hats that I had back then, but good memories, no drama, just friends. Everything was good. But people change sometimes, sometimes for the better and sometimes for the worse. Holly with a 20. Eagles John with a 20. I don't even know if Eagles John is in the room, but even if he's not in the room, I'll throw up a couple Eagles. So just to show the appreciation.
I think that you're always trying to be as safe as possible when you're playing this game. Any little thing that can prevent injuries or make the game safer, why not try it? The players have been very receptive to it. We did use it with Elliott.
And we'll go with his favorite player, Wes Hopkins.
I think the first thing you notice is that vibration. You don't feel that impact as much. Then the sound. Certainly you're going to have face mask to face mask contact, but there are certain points and times in any type of collision or hit where you get to hit that guardian cap and you just don't feel that impact as much. So wearing a guardian cap ultimately is going to keep you safer. We're going to be monitoring the effectiveness of the guardian cap on field, looking at it for those particular positions, but we're very optimistic that on field we'll see what we saw.
Appreciate you, Eagles John, even if you're not in the room anymore. Showing that gratitude. Thank you so much. Bang, bang, bang. Nothing like old school photos, too. So I want the kitties. I got you. $5 for Holly. Let's see if I can find some others.
Tell us a little bit more about what it's made of and how it works.
Well, I actually have a sample here too that I can pull out. So it's an extra layer of padding. You can see this is a padded device that fits over the shell of the helmet. Then it attaches to the shell of the helmet with some of these strap devices. But the basic principle is by providing an extra layer of foam with padding, it's reducing some of the force that would get transmitted through the helmet if an impact occurs. And as you know, we made a commitment to try to reduce that impacts across the league, and reducing that means how many that impacts are occurring, but also reducing when they do occur. So we know that there's always going to be some impact.
We even transitioned to space kitties to space puppies.
So what we're really aiming to do here is to reduce that force that's transmitted through the helmet to the players.
Now let's see if I can find another one.
It's only a few physicians that are wearing them right now. So tangibly, what kind of results are you hoping to get out of this training camp?
Well, we're really collecting a lot of data too. We have
Hold on.
instrument and mouth guards, so we'll be able to get sensor data. We'll also have
Hi, baby.
data about the impacts and
I heard you.
Hi. But really a number of ways to measure the effectiveness of this. Certainly, some of it will be the players' feedback themselves on what they perceive. And just like you heard in the video, some players notice something right away in terms of what they feel in these impacts. We'll obviously be tracking concussion rates, but not just during the preseason, because one of the things that we think is important with these caps is if we can reduce the forces that are happening in preseason, that will keep us safer throughout the season, because we're just sort of reducing any accumulated load of impacts that may be occurring. So we'll track this in a number of different ways and use the same type of biomechanical approach that we use with development technology and concussions to measure the effectiveness of this intervention.
Dr. Stills, I can't let you go without asking you a COVID question. We are back to training camps with no protocols, no masks, no mandatory testing. Why are you confident that this is not going to be a disrupted season?
Well, I think we've been very clear in saying, Judy, that we know that COVID is still out there and it's still a factor in society and will, of course, be in our teams. And so, while we don't have an actual protocol specifying testing, we still have policies and procedures in place, and our team medical staff are going to manage this just like they've managed other respiratory illnesses throughout the course of seasons. And so it starts with acknowledgement of symptoms, and if someone has symptoms, speaking up and getting tested. All of our clubs still have testing readily available. And then once again, they have a medical staff that knows how to manage someone who's infected. So we'll be managing that in conjunction with the recommendations of our experts that have advised us over the past couple of seasons. And of course, in conjunction with the current public health.
I heard some squealing outside the door, so.
We know that it's out there, but we're just going to manage it through the standard policies and procedures that we've seen working. And basically, the way we were managing it at the end of last season, it's very much a continuation of that effort.
Dr. Stills, it's great to see you again. Thanks so much for joining us.
Great seeing you, Judy. Thanks for having me.
Just there, Judy. Meanwhile, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers making it official today. Julio Jones, 7-time Pro Bowler, a 2-time All-Pro, inking that contract to now go and play with Tom Brady. Here's Todd Bowles.
He's still a good football player. We got to replace Gronk's catches, and also we got an extra weapon, especially in the red zone and out in the field, and we're gonna put him to use. Gives us a chance to be more creative. We do, and we're happy that.
It's not a money play.
258.
Right. It's just for me to come out here, knowing my value and knowing what I have to offer.
Oh, I bet.
And like I said, the Buccaneer organization just give me the opportunity to come here and showcase my skills. And
Oh, yeah. It's awesome. We party down here in Oregon for sure.
I mean, they have everything that they need already, right? So it's just like, but you got to put the work in each and every day.
Yeah, she was whining for me. She misses dad. So.
That's what I bring. I'm working every day.
Oh, she is.
That's who I am.
It does feel like
All right. Thank you so much for your generosity. Get some sleep. We'll be back tomorrow, just like we always are. And like I said, I know you're in a different time zone. Congratulations on your passport and everything, going through. And I hope you have a great time. And I imagine you'll be sharing some pictures and whatnot. And like I said, we are a family here. And like I said, I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their night, as well as obviously Megan in Australia. And I'll leave you with a couple photos that I got for you. Appreciate you very much. And KJ Wright obviously retired today, so a little KJ Wright love. Thank you so much. And she set the tone with a $100 donation right before the stream even started, so that definitely was great. Take care. Have a good night.
Former teammate in Russell Gage out there. So this is a team that now seemingly has an abundance of wealth at the wide receiver position. But Bowles said that is because they were so banged up last year. He said that wide receiver room sort of limped into the postseason. He said they wanted to do the smart thing and get the depth now. Perhaps the best news on top of this Julio Jones thing is that Chris Godwin did not get placed on the PUP list, which means
I had one of my friends say their power just went out.
by week 1 against the Cowboys. He had that ACL repair.
Oh, 15 days until the third and final season of Lock and Key is here. Have you guys seen that? If you guys haven't watched Lock and Key, it's kind of like Stranger Things. It's a very, very good show. I would highly recommend Lock and Key if you haven't seen it. It's very cool. I wonder if I still have that Lock and Key. I think I do. Unless I deleted it.
Think back to the Super Bowl run. Look what Antonio Brown did this team. He was the leading the team. Now we know that our job that goes to Mike Evans and should. But there is room for Julio Jones if he can stay healthy. At the press conference, we just
Yeah, if you guys are looking for a show to watch or binge, Lock and Key is good. A very original type of show, too.
just not going to go forward. So this is a great chance for Julio Jones to kind of redeem himself and to show that he's still
Okay.
a player.
That pieces certainly are in place, and Sarah, I think you chronicled it very
Let's look at Sarah as a party animal. Let's look at Sarah. Party animal Sarah. All right, so we're going to label this one Sarah, small party animal. All right, let's pull this one up.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State. Trey Lance is back in. Trey Lance on the left side. Throw down the right side, on the way to the throwback left on the
How many years ago was this picture? Oh, look at Sarah. Sarah and her friend having fun, drinking the beers. Sarah, small party animal.
Some of the similarities in the first two seasons between both of those quarterbacks, and Kyle Shanahan has made it abundantly clear this is Trey's squad.
23. A good age.
Steve, look, they've made it clear. It's going to be Trey Lance and his ball club. Jimmy Garoppolo apparently was able to throw a little.
All right, so we're on the cusp of the 4-hour mark. Depending on who's in the room and how things are going, what do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to go for another 30 minutes or an hour, or do you want to call it a day and then we can always come back tomorrow and go that route? Whatever you guys want to do. If you guys want to have me pull up a few pictures of certain things, food or shows like Resident Evil, things like that, we can do that, or whatever you guys want. We only had to give one person the boot today, which is coincidentally the same person from yesterday, but I'll leave it up to you guys. We have enough people in the room that if we want to just keep going for another 30 minutes to an hour, I can do that. I don't have a problem. Regardless if we don't get any more donos the rest of the night, I don't care. If we want to just talk and hang out or whatnot. So you guys let me know what you guys want to do, and whatever you guys decide as a group, then we'll do that.
So there's going to be some things that change a little with this offense, but the base of the offense would be the same. It's just a matter of some of the bootlegs that they run off some of this.
All right, should we do that then? Just do 30 and we'll end it at, I don't need to go 5. I mean, 5 is usually a number that I like to round it off, but let's go for another 30. Let's just do that. And then we'll just call it quits in 30. Unless we get some incredible psycho dono train, and then maybe I'll go for 5 hours, but no way I can at least spend some time with Paisley and whatnot. So now we're at the last half hour of the show, so it's all about you guys. So whatever you guys want. You guys want to have me put food? Cool. You want me to do wrestlers? Cool. You guys want me to do baseball? Cool. You want me to do DeLorean? Cool. I mean, whatever you guys want. I'll let you guys run the channel here for the last 30 minutes. Whatever you want, type it in the chat, and then I can throw up some photos. I did go to Napa today to try to get some Chase Elliott memorabilia. All they had was a cardboard cutout. So a little bit disappointed that I couldn't find anything there, but it is what it is. But they have the Brickyard 400 on Sunday, which I'll be doing, and then we have SummerSlam on Saturday. And Preston's going to come over, and we're going to watch it together and have fun. We always can just joke around and have a good time. So I think 30 is a good number. Sometimes committing to an hour is a lot, but I mean, right now it's 11:32, which will be midnight, so that'll be 2 a.m. where you guys are at, or 3. But sometimes you're going to be up late anyways. So. Yeah, training camp news, anything on there. Like I said, I'm watching it right now. And, I saw a little bit of Buccaneers. I saw Niners. They went through quite a few teams. Let me take a look to see if there's anything on the news-wise or anything on the stories-wise that's going on. Oh, Mets sweep the Yankees. Oh, crazy. Yankees get All-Star Benintendi from the Royals. Seahawk, obviously, KJ Wright retires after 11 years. 49ers release injury-plagued pass rusher D. Ford, who used to be on the Chiefs. He's not really been able to stay healthy. And then we're going to see if there's anything else news-wise. Let me see. Zeke Elliott, no pressure with contract future in Dallas. I doubt that. Cameron Hayward said Big Ben's comments rubbed me the wrong way. Well, obviously, he's gotten in trouble for rubbing things and rubbing people the wrong way. Big Ben, no longer in the league. DK Metcalf not practicing amid the deal of the talks. Jovial Rogers mimics Adams, praises the Packers. Michael Thomas is back, obviously at Saints, so I can throw up a Michael Thomas photo. We haven't seen Elliott today. I wonder if Elliott will be coming in. Usually, has he been in the room at all today? I don't think he has. But I'll throw some Michael Thomas up on here. And obviously, he's been rehabbing for like 2 years. Came back and then injured again, came back injured. And so hopefully the Saints are going to need Michael Thomas to be healthy to make a good run, especially if Alvin Kamara might be suspended. Yeah, no, I mean, I watched it all day today. Like I said, as I was hanging out with Paisley and whatnot, and I went to Chipotle, and then got gas and food and dog food at Petco and whatnot. But I mean, there's not really a whole lot as far as training camp. I mean, because when they show it, they usually have the host talking. They'll show guys snap the football, Russell or Brady, making a couple throws, but they don't really go into too much yet. But hopefully, as we go into tomorrow, it'll be a little bit better of coverage and whatnot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, that definitely helps. So what are we, $22 away? But even with Holly's 20, that's a lot more than I expected. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Let's throw up a Paisley photo or two. Yeah, but if you are looking for another show to watch, it's kind of sci-fi-ish, Lock and Key. There's 2 episodes of it, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And my girlfriend tagged me in a photo of an article. It's coming back for the 3rd season, last season. It's crazy. Paisley let me pick her up twice today. She must really miss me. Elliott's going to come in like right at the end when we're gone, probably. Cyberpunk's been really busy, so sometimes he'll just do a drive-by dono like he did yesterday if he's super busy. So maybe we'll hear from him before I leave, or it might be tomorrow. And I make sure I give a heart to Holly and a heart to Eagles John for their donos earlier. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's crazy. A little bag of dog food costs like $20. Gas, $20 only gives you a quarter tank. Yeah, it's, that's why I feel like, I definitely have to put in the effort and work hard. But, you guys make it so enjoyable. Like I said, if I had a bunch of trolls or negative people, I mean, there's no way I would be able to do 5, 6, 7, 8 hour streams. But, when you can hang out with the right people at the right time, it makes it so enjoyable. And my mental health has improved. I don't even know what to tell you guys how much my mental health has improved with you guys in it. It's been such a dramatic shift in my life. I'm not partying as much anymore. I'm not hanging out with people that are not good for me. I'm making sure I'm staying focused on the grind, and it just feels good to change those bad habits, and I'm becoming a better person. Some of my friends don't understand, but I don't expect them to.
So we can all be on the same page. We put so much work in the off season with AJ, Dallas, Smitty, everybody putting thousands of reps in, a whole bunch of reps. So
Yeah. I ended up getting her this tire, but I guess she just threw some of it up because it's like rubber. And so she's like chewing on this tire, but she's ripping off the ends on the outside of the tire. And I guess like I try to get her to spit it out, and I pull it out of her mouth, but it looks like sometimes she'll be, swallowing it before I can get to it. And I guess she threw up a little bit on the couch or whatever, like a little bit or whatever and stuff. So I definitely, usually I have her in here and I can keep an eye on her and stuff, but I usually try to I always pull something out of her mouth at least like 3, 4, 5 times a day. And I want to make sure that she doesn't get sick eating certain things. Like when she tried eating like underwear or a sock, and usually she just like throws it up, a couple hours later and whatnot. But I want to prevent, so you have to have a lot of doors closed. She loves socks and underwears and shirts and all kinds of other things. So you have to really be careful on that, because I don't want her to get sick and die and have stuff in her stomach that they can't get out or whatever without surgery and stuff like that. But because it's kind of like a hard rubber, it's like a tire. It's like a miniature tire you can buy at like Winco or Petco, excuse me, and then so she can chew on it. And then she's like ripping it off with her teeth and actually eating it. Normally she just spits it out because she knows it's not good, it's not food. But I guess she had a couple pieces that she ate and threw up. So.
To be fair, you and I have some issues that we need to sort out off air because of this Twitter deal that from TA the other day.
Join the club, get in line, buddy. Get in line, Yammer. A lot of people got issues with it. There's no issue. At some point, I will. Oh, now look, I will say this. I started a new TikTok. Pretty exciting. Follow me there. That would be a show of faith. You'll return to faith. You got to give to get.
Kudos to you being on TikTok and being able to navigate that. I just want to see you dancing in one of those videos.
So obviously you don't follow me, because if you did, what you learned in the first video is that I do a dance, but then I say that I will never dance again, and I don't want to lie to people, so I'm never going to dance again.
AJ Brown.
Oh yeah, AJ Brown. Speaking of someone who may be dancing in the end zone,
Good transition.
Yeah, good transition. So, do I think the Eagles are going to commit to passing more? It seems like they always want to be balanced. Good running back with Miles Sanders and the quarterback and Jalen Hurts, who would run the heck out of the ball. But man, if they surround Jalen Hurts, Fanatics Smith, they did it last year. AJ Brown this year, they paid Dallas Goedert. It's been so interesting. Like talking to
It's crazy how big she's gotten. It's cool because like when I got her, a lot of you guys were already here for the ride, or just like literally when the raid happened, that was the same day that I got Paisley. So you guys have literally seen her, be a baby to now not even 1 year old, but she's like, seems like she's fully grown, even though she's not.
When they traded for you, I heard from multiple people around the league that is a perfect fit for what they want to do and how they can expand upon it too. So we're like,
Yeah, and every time I go for a walk, I'm always trying to take photos of her, but sometimes she doesn't want to sit still or look at me. So I'll be like calling her name. I'm like, look at me, Paisley. And she'll like look for a second. So if I don't take it like that split second, I don't get the photo. So, but I always try to get, cat food for 1 month is $60 for 3 cats. I probably pay $60 in food in like a week and a half or 2 weeks. I wish it was $60 for a month. Oh yeah, I know that I help you guys. You guys help me, and oh yeah.
When we were standing in the end zone today with Ian, I talked about Ian's golf game. The red zone offense was taking place. The first touchdown, I will report, on the first practice of the Eagles today was Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown in the corner of the end zone. So the good throw. AJ Brown had his presence felt right away. But the heavy emphasis today was red zone offense, finishing drive. So I'm not here to give stats out to anybody, but I thought it was really good. Offense, defense, right there.
And I'm always trying to get at least because usually when I promote the channel on Twitter or Instagram, I try to do it just with the Paisley photo. And so I always do when I go on my walks. Actually, I might actually go on a walk with her. If I end up ending the stream here, I know it's kind of late, but I mean, if I can get another walk in, I'm just trying to get as much exercise as possible. And I'm not afraid of the dark or whatever. So it's like, if I'm out there and there's not a lot of lighting, I'll be fine.
Yo, what's up, little baby? It's training camp. Back together Saturday. Let's go. Ain't that feel that one text you with asterisks like VIP? Let's ride. Fans are showing up. Players are showing up. The all-32 teams are showing up. First, look at rookies and the shots on the move. This outfit made me look
I really like this photo right here.
New season starts here.
This one I really like. She's giving me that look. Dad, I love you so much. Daddy, daddy. She responds to daddy. And she'll lick my face or lick the top of my head for like 50 licks or 100. Like, no joke. She will like continuously to lick like the top of my head or my face, and just, yeah, lots of love. I've seen a couple like pit bull videos of trying to change the perception that pit bulls are violent or whatever. And I've seen a couple of them on Facebook. They kind of make you tear up a little bit, you know, from some of the dogs that were abandoned, and you see people rescue them and give them the love, and then they show the love back. It's definitely rewarding to, you know, have a pup or a cat. And then here's the ultimate throwback photo. My God, look how tiny and cute she was. This was, you know, the night that I debuted her on the stream with the Grossi raid, and the next day after. I mean, she's only 6 weeks old right there. Beautiful. Her eyes are blue too, because obviously their eye color changes over time. But cutest thing ever. And she still is cute. That's crazy how her head could be so small and tiny. And this would look like she'd be a couple years old. Oh, she's 2, 3, 4 years old. No, she's 11 months old. How the hell did she go from this? And then now she's this. But that's what happens. And all these photos are for me when we go on our walks. So it's really good for my mental health. I'll tell you what, the two things that have helped me like tremendously are you guys and Paisley. I think that you guys, without you guys, I don't know where I would be. You know, I mean, honestly, it's like I know that I'll be okay, but I feel like my life is in a positive direction moving forward, with you guys in it and with her in it for sure. Chief, what to do? I got a Paisley overload here. We're just throwing up pictures here I'm just staying for another 15 minutes. So I was just waiting to see if you came back or maybe Elliot, you know. That's one of my favorite ones right there. And her as a baby. Cutest thing ever. She's a little baby. Anything? Did you watch any training camp stuff, Chief? I tried watching as much as I could, but obviously they have it on for hours and hours on end and whatnot. So, like, I'm watching it right now, and it goes from 11 to 2, and then they have NFL Total Access, Good Morning Football, which I won't watch, but I'm trying to watch as much. Now they're going over, what are they going over? Cowboys. Rookie linebackers to make first-team All-Pro. Micah Parsons, Darius Leonard, Patrick Willis, Lawrence Taylor. That's a pretty good list, and that's since 1970. So Devin White's not on that list, but I know Devin White's the man. Yeah, Micah Parsons could go down as the best linebacker in football. He's that good. Stanford used it. Okay, Oregon State from 2000. All right, I'll watch this. Or Maurice Morris. All right, so where is it? Oregon State 23, Oregon 7. They got Maurice Morris. Oh, Joey Harrington. That's my boy. That might be like my favorite quarterback. I mean, I like Mariota, and I love Herbert. Herbert's my number one. But the guy that really got me to love Oregon Duck football, like just love it, is Joey Harrington. I will never forget Joey. Captain Comeback.
They just had some really, really fast defenders.
I don't think Oregon's offense was having issues. I think Oregon State's defense had a great game. I think they probably really put together a lot of work
He's my guy right here. Even though he never panned out in the NFL, I mean, like one of my favorite jerseys is that one right there. Usually they have the green one, and I've said this story before, but then I bought it from a guy on eBay in Ohio for like $30, and I would have paid $300 for it. It's an incredibly rare jersey, and this one was a Nike one that's sewn, and they barely made any of those. And it has Harrington actually sewn in the back, and most college football jerseys do not have the name on the back. But this was a Nike exclusive because he was in the Heisman running, and I don't think the guy knew what he had. I easily would have paid $100, $200, $300 because I know the rarity. But this guy's in Ohio. He's like Joey Harrington sucks. He didn't do shit in the NFL, probably like this random bullshit jersey. But if he actually knew what he had, he could have made a lot more money off of me. But that's actually one of my favorite jerseys that I own. My favorite throwback Duck jersey, the Joey Harrington. And I have this helmet in the closet, this actual helmet. But I can't wear it on the stream because it's green unless I turn the green screen off and you can see me with it on. But I have that helmet. Oh, look at this. I told you guys. I told you my ESP. My ESP is strong. I was just talking about you. I told you ESP is real. Sometimes you just have this feeling, you know. How are you? I was just talking about how you could pop in the room before I left. Now, if I would have ended the stream in 4 hours, we get no Elliot. But I decided to go for another 30 minutes, and look who it is. It's you. Yeah. How are you doing, dude? Are you tired, but you look good today? What's going on with you? Oh, shit. Look at this. Elliot and Alex. What's up? What's up, dog? Yes. All right. Let's throw up some. I had a Michael Thomas that I put up. Did you see the Michael Thomas running routes, Elliot? So obviously I'm a Bucks fan, but I don't have to be a hater. So let's throw up a Michael Thomas for you. He's running routes now. I saw him in camp on TV today. So, and that's why I like to extend streams a little bit longer. 4 hours, 4 hours, 30 minutes, 4 hours and 30 minutes to 5 hours, 5 hours to 5 hours, 30 minutes. And let me get a lobster. Let's get a lobster for Alex. How are two of my favorite young fans doing today? We got Alex with the lobster, and then we got some Elliot with some Saints love. How are you guys doing? Yes, I agree. Let's go and get another Michael Thomas photo. Let's see if we can get a good one. Or maybe I can find like a Michael Thomas Ohio State photo. That would be cool. Can't guard Mike. Most people don't even remember Michael Thomas at Ohio State unless you actually watch college football. Now we brought up some like Jordan photos, crispy.
See that 4 up the scoreboard, we just kind of flipped the switch. I mean, that was the type of team we were. We've seen Oregon in so many instances under Joey Harrington.
Captain Comeback. They don't call Joey Harrington Captain Comeback. They're showing the game right now, and it's Oregon State versus Oregon. Okay, and it's in 2000. This might be the year before we really blow up. And what are we down? 23-7. And you can always call Captain Comeback, Joey, because it could be the fourth quarter and we could be down by 20, but we find a way to come back and win. And we just intercepted the football right there. Yeah, Jonathan Smith. Oh my gosh, so many memories here. Now, here we go, Joey. Let's get it done, baby. Look at this Michael Thomas photo. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Look at that. Look at that. I've never posted that before. We're down 23-7. Oh, and we almost scored. And we're already at the 1 yard line, and it's about to be 23-14. God, I love these helmets. Those ones and these ones, the old school look. This is why when we started to get the swag. You know, Mike Bellotti. This was what Joey Harrington put the Ducks on the map. You know, now Herbert with everything else, but this was the guy that really was the standing force of turning the perception of what Oregon football was all about. Touchdown, Ducks. And now we know we got the swagginess like this, obviously with the helmets and everything else. But this was my first like love for an Oregon quarterback. I've seen a bunch prior to him, but none that I really fell in love with besides Joey. Joey was the first. I even love Joey more than Marcus Mariota. Joey's number 2 behind Herbert. You know what I mean? But yeah, if I'm talking about like, you know, the guy that really got me super invested in Duck football, it's definitely Joey Harrington when I was in my like late teens, early 20s. This Michael Thomas photo is fire. What's up, dude? How are you? Yes, I did see WrestleMania 40 is in Philly. I did see that. 39 is in Hollywood, and then 40 is in Philly. 23-13. Ducks are down. 13 minutes left, plenty of time. And they had Ken Simonton back then. He was good. Oh, yeah. All the jerseys. I mean, you should, like, my Green Apple jerseys and stuff that I have. I mean, the Herbert Green Apple is money. Let's post the Chiefs photo from today. I hear Paisley whining. Hold on. This will be for the Chiefs in the room still. Chiefs camp.
Hi, baby.
Daddy's almost done. 5 minutes.
Okay, you feel better? You're up to that number. If there was ever a time to make dreams come true, now is that time.
Oh, guess who it is? Paisley in the right-hand corner. It's O-Dog. It's Paisley. It's Paisley. It's O-Dog. It's NWSF. This is from today. Cool photo. Yeah, the apple green is my favorite. That's my favorite color.
Talk about great team speed. Never saw it coming. Backside. O'Reilly just knocked it loose.
Very much. That was a big play. In the game, we knew them driving down to make a 3-point game, 2-point game. Instead, we knocked the ball out. So that's a 10 or 14-point change. So it was a big play. A lot of emotions.
It is the first 10-win season ever in Oregon State football history. First time ever.
The 104th Civil War and the War for the Roses was all but over. As the game ticked down, it was time for the Beavers to celebrate one of the biggest wins in program history, and for Oregon to reflect on what could have been.
It was just a very special year for Oregon State and for me as a head football.
There's something special about the Rose. And because of that game, I didn't experience it. To be that close and have that game happen to keep you out of it. 6 turnovers. Seriously. In that game. You know, I could barely go against that.
Yeah, this is the best photo ever right here, though.
Despite defeat, Oregon was at the start of its transformation into one of the nation's elite programs. The Orange to beat Texas in the Holiday Bowl, ranked number 8 in the nation. The Ducks had emerged as a national power, and over the next decade, would go on to win 4 more conference titles and play in 4 BCS games.
I think it was sort of the next step in the evolution of Oregon football. It proved in a lot of our minds that Oregon didn't just limp into the Holiday Bowl and get lucky against a poor team. They went into the Holiday Bowl against a great program and earned the win that gave them the right to.
This is it right here. Front row.
That this program is for real.
Yeah, boy. That was through Pac-12 Network, OregonDucks.com, GoDucks.com. I mean, you got to have the glove placement. You know, it's anytime you have the gloves, you have to have the O line up. You know what I mean? Those gloves are from 2011 too, the year that we beat Russell Wilson in the Rose Bowl. And then Collegiate Art Designs, the guy, Brian, he's the one that makes those Oregon chains. And then he already had me on his website, and already people had photos of me like all over the place in Oregon. I didn't even know. And then that Herbert right there is like my favorite. And I have matching sweats. I know I never wear pants, but if they're Oregon Ducks and they're matching to the jersey that the players wore, I'll wear it. And then I got, you know, the shades, the hat, the gloves. Yeah. And then I dressed my friend right here. So he's got my duck hat on, my shades on, the Oregon O, my D'Anthony Thomas jersey. And then his cousin, I bought him the Herbert white jersey as well. And I think that sometimes you got to, you know, make it fun for them. And they've never been to a game before. Or I think the cousin on the far right, but went to one game, but they sat in nosebleeds. And then my friend in the black, Rizzo, he's never been to a game. And I got him front row seats. And I don't think I've ever seen people smile more in a day than them. And I wouldn't take it back for anything. He said crab rangoon. Yes. He said, I wonder if I have a crab rangoon. I think I still have that photo. Hold on.
Basically, the entire staff together through his 4-year tenure. So nice to have fans back across the Pac-12. Take another venue off the list. They're back in business. And this game will start with ball kicked out of bounds and nice field position for the Beavers. Now he gets a start. His first play of the night is a successful one. 9-yard completion to Charlotte Bradford. A lot of players returning for Oregon State. And very good return as BJ Baylor gets the call here.
Here's some crab rangoon for our boy with the sauce. It's a little bit too close up. I'd rather have him, you know, be a little bit farther away so that way we can look at the sauce that you dip it in. But it is good. Well, I appreciate you guys very, very much. Let's take a quick peek on to make sure that I don't have anything left here. I don't think we have anything on the Cash App side. I think we got everything taken care of. Shout out to Mr. Williams, $62, JT, Jose, 5, Holly Hundo, 20, Eagles John, 20, plus a lot of other donations that we ended up hitting on the channel as well. You guys are fantastic people. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very much. I wish I could spend a little bit more time with Alex as well as Elliot, as well as everyone else in the room. But I hope you guys have a fantastic day. I'll be back later, obviously, and we'll go after it again. And I appreciate you guys very, very much. Paisley's right by my feet. She says hello, and she loves you guys as well. And remember one thing. Who you know talk sports like us. Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I love you guys. Have a great rest of your night. Appreciate all the support. And like I said, I'll be back at around 7:30 Pacific time, and we'll do this all over again. And I will be doing my NFL top 10 wide receiver video with probably some Dodgers and Mariner coverage if they're on also at the same time. So I need to get some research and analysis and breakdowns done, but we'll be doing NFL top 10 wide receiver video tomorrow. So I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very much. And I got one question for you. Who you know talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.